councillors and all those who are present in the chamber and those watching online. I would like to declare the meeting open at 9:33 a.m. on Wednesday the 21st of May 2025. I'll start by acknowledging the Quandamooka people, the Gurrumpul, Nugi and Noonuccal people of the who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and I would like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are also present today. I'll start with some housekeeping. I'd like to remind all those in the meeting, this meeting is being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not exist in this chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you're reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would also ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors to my right and your left, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at the meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make audio or video recordings or take any photographs, remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way, not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present, be suitably dressed, and turn all mobile devices onto silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. Now, I'll just start by mentioning I did request if Department of Local Government representatives could be here today, but I understand they're not able to be present. In relation to agenda item point 2, a leave of absence, I've been advised that Councillor Wendy Bolglari will be a leave of absence. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Talty, and that is to grant a leave of absence. I put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. I move to agenda item number 3, which is a devotional segment, and I would now like to invite Joel Poppenbeck, hello Joel, from SU Chaplaincy Australia to lead council in a brief devotional segment.
Lovely, we're on. Awesome. Thank you so much for having me, and it is a privilege just to be able to share with you briefly. And on behalf of our school chaplains here, particularly in the Redlands, the ones that I work alongside, thank you for all your support, particularly through the Merrill Chaplaincy Prayer Breakfast. The support through that breakfast and the acknowledgement of their work is it's really important for what they do, and they appreciate it a lot. So thank you for that. And I do have a youth work background, so I hope you don't mind me being a little bit interactive this morning. There's a couple statements, and I need you to think, is this a wise statement or not? We won't record whether your hands go up in the minutes or anything, but the first one, it says this: don't answer the foolish arguments of fools, or you'll become as foolish as they are. Do you reckon that's wise, or? Okay, so, you go. I understand you want to keep your secrets. Second one, be sure to answer the foolish arguments of fools, or they will become wise in their own estimation. Is that wise? I don't know. I don't have the answers, but it might reveal your social media tendencies, whether you respond to comments or not. But interestingly enough, both of these statements are both found in the Bible. They're both found in the book of Proverbs, which is a wisdom book that's compiled over 700 years in ancient Israel, where they compiled these statements of wisdom. And in fact, both of these statements appear right next to each other. So in Proverbs 26, you literally read, don't answer fools, and the very next sentence is, answer the fools. So which one is right? Which one is the best course of action? Well, who knows? That's the whole book of Proverbs. That's why it's there, is that wisdom is this journey that we go on. That is not about having the right answers, but it's about figuring out what's the right action. And how best to respond in each situation. And that can be different for different people in different times and different places. And it's always a challenge. So I'm not here to make comments on whether who's a fool and who's wise, but I am saying that for me, in my role managing people, and I'm sure for many of you, is that there is a constant need for wisdom in our lives, how to respond rightly and well in different situations. And in the book of Proverbs, there is an introduction over the first 9 chapters, and I guess the introduction is bookended by a key statement which says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. That actually the fear of the Lord, so not a sort of scared running away fear, but a sense of awe, a sense of wonder, a sense of there is something bigger than me, something greater than me, and that is actually a beginning point of wisdom. I think part of the reason is because it actually humbles us. It actually humbles us that actually I don't have all the right answers. And actually there's something beyond me, there's something greater than me that can help anchor me to a point of humility and a point of seeking wisdom beyond myself. If we are constantly going inwards for wisdom, trying to figure out the right path of action, trying to decide what's best, that can be an exhausting journey if it's all reliant on me. But I think there's great hope in there being something beyond us, something external to us, where we can find wisdom. And so, lastly, to conclude, in James chapter 1, right at the end of the Bible, it says this. It says, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. That there's great hope in the Bible that if anyone lacks wisdom, once again, not saying any of you probably do, but I certainly do, trying to manage 32 people week in, week out, it is an exhausting journey to try and figure out what the right thing is to do. And the Bible says, if any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God who gives generously. So if you don't mind, I would like just to take a moment just to pray for you all, that God will give you wisdom as you do important work in this city. So Heavenly Father, I thank you for these wonderful people. I thank you for the teams they lead and the work they do. Would you generously pour out your wisdom to them so that they may do what is right and good for this city and the flourishing of its people. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we move to condolences, and I'm aware that we have one condolence today. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Vale K. Howick, and as she was known by hundreds, if not thousands, of listeners on 100.3 Bay FM, Kay from the Bay. Kay was aged just 75 and she was living her best life right to the moment that she passed. She had gone out for Sunday lunch with her friends and completely unexpectedly passed with a fatal heart attack. Last week, hundreds of family and friends joined together to celebrate her very special and gifted talent within our Australian music industry. She genuinely knew more than most and without doubt has one of the best record collections ever with regard to rock and roll. She was it, Queen of Rock, and we all hung on her every tidbit and morsel of information, a living encyclopedia, a who's who and when and often what they were wearing. At her memorial, I took several photos to capture the display her family had prepared for her achievements. One or two photos was simply not enough, and I want to share with you some of her many awards, achievements, and proudest moments as she built a cult following on our local radio and beyond. A 2000 Appreciation Award, a 2001 Most Willing Volunteer, there's so many years, World Freestyle Rock and Roll Champions. She was dedicated to local radio, Most Willing Volunteer, Winter Sun Promotions. I think there's a few of us in the room that might be old enough to remember Winter Sun. And Member of the Year, Rainbow Rockers, Most Friendly Award, and 25 years of service to our community through our local radio station cannot be underestimated. This display showed the level of respect and appreciation Kay received throughout her many years of volunteering at Bay FM and throughout the rock and roll industry. But they do not define her life as one-dimensional. Kay also volunteered at many other events, most notably Birkdale South State School. At Kay's funeral, it was almost a school reunion. There were so many people there. Kay had been on the P&C for many, many years. And most recently, many of us will remember Kay as our Vice President to Redfest. Most importantly, I wanted to share that Kay had a most fun and colourful family dynamic with her daughters and grandsons. And for those of you that knew Kay, her hair colour was always a talking point. She will be deeply missed and long remembered with great respect, awe and love. Vale Kay Howick, she gave us so much more than good times, rock and roll. She has left us with an enormous rock and roll legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I now move to recognitions of achievement, and I understand, Councillor Golly, you have a recognition of achievement for Cadet Sergeant Aidan Foster.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'd like to take a moment to recognise and commend an exceptional young gentleman from our community, Aidan Foster. Aidan's a 16-year-old cadet sergeant who resides in Victoria Point and serves with distinction in 136 Army Cadet Unit based at Alex Hills here in the Redlands. As many of you know, the ADF Cadets is Australia's leading youth development program, fostering the values of service, leadership and resilience. It operates across 3 service arms, Navy, Army and Air Force, all of which are proudly represented in the Redlands. Within this nationally significant program, Cadet Sergeant Foster has achieved something truly remarkable, and that's a Department of Defence Gold Commendation. In mid-2023, Cadet Sergeant Foster independently approached Warrant Officer Class 1 Mick Davis, the National Training Support Manager for Cadet Development Continuum, with a proposal to develop a Bugle Cadet Activity Package, so Bugle as in da-da-da-da. This initiative, unprecedented in scope and ambition, had never been undertaken at a national level by a cadet. What makes this achievement even more impressive is that Cadet Sergeant Foster took on the project entirely on his own. He carried out extensive research, planned the training structure and produced a comprehensive and high-quality draft without external assistance. His proposal was so well developed that it required only minor refinements before advancing through the national approval process. The Bugle training program he created includes a full set of structured learning outcomes supported by clearly written fact sheets that explain key concepts in a way that is both practical and accessible for cadets across the country. This package not only supports the musical development of cadets, but also builds confidence and enhances the ceremonial and cultural standards of Army Cadets units nationwide. Importantly, this training resource will become part of the National Cadet Development Continuum and will also be available for regional implementation, offering cadets greater opportunity to excel in their chosen specialisations. So what we're talking about is a young kid from Vicky Point who took the initiative to develop a music program that's now being spread across the country to teach, I think there's something like 20,000 cadets nationally across the country. At the South East Queensland Brigade headquarters, Cadet Sergeant Foster's efforts have been frequently spoken about. It's a proud topic of conversation among officers, instructors and his peers. His initiative, leadership and unwavering dedication exemplify the best of what the Australian Army Cadet stands for, and his contribution will leave a lasting legacy. It was with great pride that Cadet Sergeant Aidan Foster and his family were invited to attend a special function held at Gallipoli Barracks, where he was formally presented with a Defence Force Gold Commendation by the National Commander of Army Cadets. In recognition of Cadet Sergeant Foster's outstanding contribution to the Cadet Youth Development Program, the National Commander travelled from Canberra specifically to present the award in person. ladies and gentlemen, what this young gentleman has actually achieved is really significant. His contributions as a 16-year-old, and we often hear the war stories about how youth are, front and centre of crime, etc., but we never actually capture the true essence of what our youth do in the Redlands, and this is one example. What Aidan Foster from Victoria Point has achieved is nothing short of exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. As the newly designated portfolio representative for arts, culture and heritage, I'd like to briefly report on an event of cultural and historical significance that I had the honour of attending on Saturday afternoon, which was the open community gathering on Minjerribah, North Stradbroke Island, an event which marked the culmination of a week-long inaugural artists' camp hosted by the Minjerribah Murugumpen Elders in Council in partnership with Arts Queensland and Redland City Council, and held in the spirit of truth-telling and reconciliation. It was attended by our Indigenous Liaison Officer, Brett Nutley. From a pool of 58 submitters, Elders chose 15 exemplary artists from a range of disciplines who spent the week exploring ideas, themes, techniques and insights. Saturday was an incredibly well-organised and moving day with local elders, artists, youth and families working side by side to share stories, strengthen culture and along the way and continue along the journey towards self-determination. The community reflected on key moments from the past, including a significant decision over 40 years ago by the Quandamooka people to appoint Uncle Raymond and Josh Walker as songmen and custodians of cultural knowledge. Over the years, and on Saturday, we witnessed the legacy of that decision, working across generations, alive in the form of people telling ceremony, stories, song and dance. We were reminded too that this kind of event fulfilled a lifelong held dream of the late Donna Ruska, a beloved cultural leader whose vision for artists gathering like this has now come to life. Much of the creative program was led by Uncle Wesley Enoch, drawing inspiration from his auntie, the great poet and activist Udjuru Noonuckle, who once also hosted gatherings of her own in the same spirit of cultural exchange. A significant cultural fire-lighting ceremony was invited by the Quandamooka people, and it was held to mark the exact date on 17th of May, on Saturday, when 255 years ago, Captain James Cook and Joseph Banks sailed past Point Lookout on board the Endeavour. On that day, they recorded, and along the east coast for the months prior and after, they recorded the presence of smooks, smoke rising from fires lit by First Nations people, who were managing the country, obviously, with the traditional cool season burns. In tribute on this day, First Nations communities from Naarm in Melbourne and to Cooktown up to Possession Island lit ceremonial fires in solidarity and sovereignty. There were many across the east coast. The gathering was held at Amity Point, a location that is of deep historical significance. It was here nearly 200 years ago that members of the 40th Regiment of the British Army disembarked, we heard, from the ship SS Amity, thus the name, to establish this region's first port, marking the beginning of the colonisation in this area. Researcher Greg Manning offered powerful insights into what that first contact might have been like for those people who were there. But what stood out the most was the pride, the strength of this local community. Over 2 centuries, elders, youth, subsequent settlers, our ancestors have worked together, often against great odds, to preserve and celebrate a rich cultural heritage. And today, the art, the song, the craft, the food, the textiles, the stories from Quandamooka country are recognised not only across Australia, but internationally in galleries and museums and exhibitions around the world. Many people expressed deep gratitude to Redland City Council, Arts Queensland and the Minjerribah Murugumpen Elders in Council for supporting such a meaningful and respectful event. At the request of elders on the day, and as a symbol of the occasion, I am today wearing in Chambers a shirt that still carries the scent of that sacred ceremonial fire as a living memory of a significant cultural moment. Looking ahead for 2032 and beyond, as the world turns its attention to our region, events like this offer our nation a path toward healing by respectfully listening, learning and walking together. And right here in Redland City, on Quandamooka country, we are privileged to stand proudly with some of the world's oldest, members of the world's oldest living culture, which continues to teach us lessons about resilience, creativity, deep connection and care for country. It was a very important day. They recognised it. They intend to have annual meetings and discussions and artists' camps, and it was a pleasure to attend, and I thought I'd reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Moving to agenda item number 5, which is the receipt and confirmation of minutes. May I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 16th of April 2025 be confirmed? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor McKenzie. And I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 6, which is direct declaration of prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest. Councillors are reminded of their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interests relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise any conflicts of interest? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't actually have a conflict, but I think it's important that I raise at 17.2 the report put forward by Councillor Colley on notice of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. The original report, which is on the 19th of February 2025, is item 20.3. I did declare a conflict of interest on that report. However, the two items that Councillor Colley is bringing forward today were not the reason that I had to leave the meeting. So I don't particularly have a conflict with that item, but I thought I'd highlight it in case there are concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. I raised the same issue, but I've received advice that neither of us in this instance have a conflict in relation to that matter. I'll also raise another conflict for myself, and that is with agenda item number 13.8. I'm a party to the OIA complaints listed on the agenda, so I'll be removing myself when that matter comes up for discussion. Moving to agenda item number 7, matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. The CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from the previous general meetings. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. The outstanding matters from previous general meetings, item 7.1, the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.2, Indoor Sports Facilities Planning. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.3, petition from Councillor Shane Rendells regarding a request for Council to reverse the full cost recovery policy for Moreton Bay Marine Facilities. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. 7.4, the Tropical Cyclone Alfred recovery report will come to a future meeting of Council. 7.5, benchmarking with Northern Queensland Councils on vegetation policies from last meeting. That will come to a future meeting of Council. Birkdale Precinct at 7.6, again from last meeting, will come to a future meeting of Council. And 7.7, the Service Review and Restructure, a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, CEO. The move to agenda item number 8, so there's no mayoral minutes for today's meeting. Agenda item number 9, which is public participation. And in accordance with section 6.10 of the council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have 2 residents who would like to speak today, so we will need a motion to suspend standing orders. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for 10 minutes, public participation segment, to allow members of the public to address council on matters of public interest relating to local government? Sorry, I didn't see the first hand up while I had my head down reading. Did anyone take note? Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles. Put the motion. Councillors Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Motion is carried. And I'll just run through the preamble. You may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will A, state their name and suburb or organisation they wish to represent and the subject they wish to speak about. B, stand unless unable to do so. C, act and speak with decorum. D, be respectful and courteous. E, make no comments directed at any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have approved application are able to do so. Details on how to apply are on Council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes, dependent on the number of speakers. Withdrawal of the approval to address council before the time period has elapsed. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. I will provide a warning at the 4-minute mark to conclude at the 5-minute mark. And first, our first community member we have is Mrs. Angela Paxton, who will come forward. Thank you. So can Mrs. Paxton please move forward, which you have done, to the lectern to address council. Please state your name and suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors, council staff, members of the community. My name is Angela Paxton and I live in Oyster Point, Cleveland. Today I'd like to address Redland City Council's Oyster Point Stormwater Upgrade Project. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Oyster Point, particularly those along Coburg Street East, Gotha Street, Erebin Street and Princess Street. As background, please note Oyster Point is a highly built-up residential area in the heart of Cleveland, close to schools, churches, main traffic thoroughfares and public and active transport routes. Existing homes are now making way for subdivided blocks with new homes, as seen across all of Australia. The one notable difference is our council's stormwater infrastructure, or lack thereof. The majority of the area has no underground stormwater pipes, and any existing stretches of pipes were installed in the 1960s when the area was vastly less populated. Many of the homes still discharge their roof water directly to the ground, as there is simply no underground stormwater infrastructure to connect to. In addition, overland flow from the unmitigated stormwater from Passage Street does not attack from one single direction, but from all directions, creating a Noah's Ark phenomena every time we have heavy rain. We live near no body of water, no creek, no canal, no tidal surge. We are not on a floodplain, nor does our area show up on any council flood mapping. But we are relentlessly impacted by unmitigated stormwater and overland flow during every heavy rain event. For years, Oyster Point has endured the effects of lack of council stormwater infrastructure, with overland flow impacting our streets, our properties and our homes. Residents have experienced flooding inside their habitable areas, the entire downstairs of their homes, property damage and limited access during wet weather events. These are not isolated incidents. They are ongoing glaring evidence of the lack of council stormwater infrastructure, such as basic pipes and drains, that is so desperately needed. On the 27th of February 2022, the habitable areas of our home and the homes surrounding us were flooded by unmitigated stormwater and sewer water, which simply had no place to go due to the lack of stormwater infrastructure. This resulted in numerous homes being flooded, with impacted residents subjected to extremely prolonged and expensive insurance claims in the hundreds of thousands, displacing whole families for up to 6 months and causing an extreme amount of stress, anxiety and uncertainty of the future. Since that time, impacted residents have invested a significant amount of their own money to mitigate the stormwater on their properties in order to protect their homes. But in every heavy rain event since, of which there has been numerous, including Cyclone Alfred, the effort to protect our homes has been a group effort with a large amount of additional sump pumping, sandbagging and manpower to mitigate the water. And despite all this, the rain from Cyclone Alfred came within centimetres of flooding our homes yet again, and it is by God's grace that we did not lose electricity despite a downed tree hanging off a power line nearby. Without power, all our sump pumps would have failed and our homes would have been flooded yet again. It is clear that with our climate continuing to deliver extreme weather events, we are now looking at the prospect of our homes flooding, not in a once-in-a-100-year event, not in a once-in-20-year event, not in a once-in-5-year event, perhaps even more than that. In a highly built-up residential area in the heart of Cleveland, that is a simply untenable reality to be contending with. To date, due to the persistence of residents, Council has undertaken flood mapping of the area along with preliminary design planning work. I have been repeatedly advised by Council that the Oyster Point Stormwater Upgrade Project is high priority for Council and will be delivered. The question of when depends on funding, of which I implore Council today to commit to.
4 minutes.
I'm here to ask that Council prioritise the funding and construction of the long overdue Oyster Point Stormwater Upgrade Project. The personal cost of this is high. We live in fear every single time it rains. We feel powerless to protect our homes, and we cannot sleep, cannot rest, and must be out assessing the situation every time there's a heavy downpour. The cost of inaction will continue to grow through an endless rotation of property damage, emergency repair works, insurance claims, and a fractured neighbourhood. But our community is united on this issue. As ratepayers, we respectfully ask Council to commit to funding and delivering this project as a matter of high priority. The provision of this most basic infrastructure will ensure not only protection of our beloved homes and restoration of our safety, well-being and peace of mind, but ensures Oyster Point can be a desirable, safe and resilient place to live now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can Mrs Grosvenor please move forward to the lectern to address Council? Please state your name and suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Janita Grosvenor and I live at Redland Bay down at Orchard Beach Estate. But I wanted to talk to you about an issue that doesn't really affect me personally, but I'm concerned about future effects from this new proposed housing development of 159 lots from the Shoreline Corporation, which will be basically right next door, hard up against the Scenic Shores Public School. It will also be jammed in between the main road as well, leaving absolutely no space for expansion when the road does, if it ever does get expanded, that's Cleveland Serpentine Creek Road. Basically, there's going to be no room, basically, for those houses. They'll be hard up against the boundary fence on the main road and also hard up against Scenic Shores Public School. The issue I have with this, there's an obvious issue with the main road issue because then you have people who are literally living on a very, very busy road, and so they're subjected to air pollution and heavy particulates from those vehicles. So that's a health issue. I know this is a state road, and I know council doesn't have any jurisdiction over that, but you do have jurisdiction over what you actually approve for housing and where it's located within those estates. With Scenic Shores School, there's another issue there that not just having the houses held up against the school with no buffer zone at all, basically, like a green belt of some sort of buffer zone there, you have no room for expansion for that school. Now, I was the P&C secretary at Redland Bay State School for many years when my kids were there. In 1 year, due to rapid development expansion of the Redlands area in southern Redland Bay, we, instead of having one prep class, we had 6. And you would obviously be aware of what the knock-on effect of that would be in a small school. The big problem was all the land around that school had already been sold off and used for housing development. So there was nowhere to actually expand the sporting facilities or athletic facilities or play areas for these children. So that was a real headache for that school because there were no other schools where those children could go to. Not everybody can afford to go to a private school. So we have a distinct lack of public high schools, public schools in general, and with this new school at Scenic Shores, opposite Shoreline, we know that there are 10,000 residents coming to Shoreline, and we know that that's not the only development that's going to happen down there. Villawood is happening as we speak on Kidd Road, which just runs off Cleveland Serpentine Creek Road as well. There's going to be a lot more development coming on in that southern Redlands Bay area. We have no infrastructure that's supporting any of it. We have even the basic things. We've got one basic bus line that goes there. That's it, and it's very, very sparse. It's not happening most days on the weekend. So everybody needs a car. This is the other issue that we've got with the small lots that they're planning on putting there, is that a lot of these houses, it's 159 lots, they're in very narrow streets. The big problem we had with the Roy Court design in Thornlands quite a few years ago was the ambulance service and fire brigade service could not get through those narrow roads when they needed to. So I think we're cramming way too many small lots into that small space as well. And from a safety point of view, for social, emergency services, we really need to look at minimising the amount of lots that we have in that area and expanding the roadways.
4 minutes.
Okay. The other issue we've got is all of these homes are going to be on septic tanks. It's only 75 metres uphill from a conservation wetlands area that runs directly into southern Moreton Bay. So the big problem with it is obviously you know what runs downhill. And if you've got septic tanks in the future, it's obviously not going to be a problem now while we're in the early stages. But later on, as you know, with the southern Moreton Bay Islands, with the septic tank leakage into the bay, this is going to be a future problem. The conservation wetlands needs to be protected at all costs, and I leave it up to better minds than mine that can work out how to do that. But I think you need to reduce the amount of lots, small lots in that area. Basically, moving forward in the Redlands, we just need more cooperation between the state government, the federal government and the local council to make sure that we can organise enough supporting infrastructures, whether it's roads, whether it's hospitals, whether it's schools. We also need to have a good quality of life for the residents that we're planning to bring here. And I would also like to see council look at whatever happened to the nature corridor bridges that Shoreline first proposed in their original plan. They were going to have nature bridge corridors over the main road to connect both sides of their estate. They seem to be totally lacking or forgotten. So yeah, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it, and I'll let you get on with your day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both community representatives. We're now moving on to agenda item number... we have got to come back. Thank you for the reminder. Can I have a mover and seconder that meeting standing orders resume? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. I put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. Now move to agenda item number 10, which is petitions and presentations, and we have 5 listed today. So I'll move quickly on to the first one. So, Councillor Mitchell, this is a petition which you are going to address. It's called for Redland City Council to respect the LGBTQIA+ community.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the petition from residents calls for Redland City Council to respect the LGBTQIA+ community and fly the rainbow flag in respect for Ida Hobbit, and also light up the Cleveland Lighthouse in rainbow colours as of May 2025 and every year after that. I move that this is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Bishop. I put the motion. Those in favour, Councillors Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. And just confirming that Councillor Boglari is absent as from the beginning of the meeting. We are moving to petition item number 10.2. Councillor Rendles, you will speak to this one, Green Waste Reform Initiative.
Yes. This petition is residents requesting that Council resolves to adopt an official policy to the effect of changes to Head of Power, Local Law Number 3, Community Environment Management 2015, to affirm Council's commitment to enrol as regards protection of overhead services across the city, amenity in the city by preservation of property and community safety generally. Sorry, wrong one. Jump to the wrong one. Adjust your microphone so people can hear. Sorry about that. The petition from residents stating small businesses in Redlands, including lawn maintenance and gardening services, provide essential support to elderly and disadvantaged residents who cannot manage their own green waste. However, the current disposal system creates financial and logistical barriers. While residents can dispose of their green waste for free, those who rely on small businesses must pay high disposal fees, forcing businesses to increase costs or refuse green waste services altogether. This unfair system places a burden on both local businesses and vulnerable residents. Without action, many will struggle to afford essential services, leading to potential neglect of properties, increased illegal dumping and environmental harm. We call on Redland City Council to implement a green waste reform initiative to ensure fair and sustainable green waste disposal for all. Our proposed solutions include green waste coupons. Council issued vouchers for eligible residents to cover disposal costs when using small businesses. Subsidised collection services. Incentive for small businesses to offer discounted green waste collection for eligible residents. Partnerships with local businesses, encouraging businesses to engage in responsible waste management initiatives. Residential evidence program, a verification system allowing businesses to claim council support for waste disposal. Other councils, including Logan and Brisbane, have successfully introduced similar programs. Redlands cannot afford to fall behind. By signing this petition, you support a fairer system that helps small businesses, protects vulnerable residents and promotes environmental sustainability. I'd move that this petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor McKenzie. I put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Boglari is absent, and the motion is carried.
Sorry,
Councillor
just for the folks at home that was watching, the reason I motioned to the CEO is I've received a message saying that they actually can't hear in the back room, so they couldn't hear what you were saying, Shane, in the back room. Yep. Thank you.
Moving to agenda item number 10.3. Again, Councillor Rendels, you have a motion. This one relates to the management of trees.
No, I'll be a little bit louder this time. This petition from residents requesting that Council resolves to adopt an official policy to the effect as follows. Head of Power, Local Law Number 3, Community Environmental Management 2015. Policy objective to affirm Council's commitment to and role as regards protection of overhead services across the city, amenity in the city by preservation of property and community safety generally. The policy statement. That trees on local government controlled land be managed by way of pruning or where necessary removal so as not to constitute a reasonably foreseeable risk of damage to any overhead services, house or other structure by cause of tree fall. Other terms. Such other terms and conditions as may be necessary and or appropriate so as to comply with Council's operational standards and or so as to give full meaning and effect to the terms thereof. Definitions. The following words or phrases shall have the meanings assigned to them. House. Any residential dwelling plus any fence, shed, carport or other structure adjacent to or associated with a house. Local government controlled land, see Local Law Number 1, Administration 2015. Other structure, any building of any sort situated on private land, plus any fence, shed or other structure adjacent to or associated with any other structure. Overhead services, power lines, power poles, NBN cables and similar utility service infrastructure. Pruning, tree pruning as per Australian standards AS 4373/2007, pruning of amenity trees. Tree fall, the fall of any tree and or the fall of any limb of any tree. Okay. That I move that this motion is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration and response.
Thank you, Councillor Rendels. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Colley, thank you. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Colley, Hewlett, Rendels, Talty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Bolglari is absent from the room. The motion's carried. Moving to petition 10.4, which is a petition. Councillor Colley is going to address that one. It's the installation of a nativity scene at the Redlands Coast, lighting of the Christmas tree. Councillor Colley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I have a petition from residents requesting the installation of a nativity scene at the Redlands Coast lighting of the Christmas tree events held at Raby Bay Harbour. Christmas is a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ celebrated globally. While it has become a global cultural event marked by gift giving, family gatherings, its Christian roots centre on the Nativity, the story of Jesus' birth as told in the Gospels. The nativity scene is a visual representation of this sacred event and is a cherished Christmas tradition. It serves as a spiritual reminder of the significance of celebrating Christmas. Through its simplicity and symbolism, the nativity scene invites reflection on themes of hope, humility, and divine love, the core message of the Christmas story. I would also like to note that since the introduction of online petitions, this petition has received the most signatures of any in that time. I move that this petition is of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Seconder, Councillor McKenzie. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendels, Talty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Bolglari is absent. The motion's carried. Moving to agenda item number 10.5, which is a petition. And Councillor Bishop will speak to this petition, and this relates to Council's responsibility to Redland City residents. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Just acknowledging a phone went off. It's too late to enter into the petition. This is a petition from residents requesting that council take immediate action to provide the full financial modelling for the proposed whitewater rafting facility pre-2032 and in post-2032 legacy mode. The petition is option C, considered to be of an operational nature and be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration. Thank you to the petitioners.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Seconder for the motion. Seconder. Councillor Golay. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. Moving on to presentations. I've not been advised of any presentations. Moving on to agenda item number 11, which is order of business. I've not been advised of any motions to alter the order of business. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, through Mayor. That we had discussed in workshops, there was some discussion around moving item 13.8 down the agenda to just prior to confidential, and this in order just to allow for a smooth meeting conduct up to that point. So I was after confidential. Further down, I thought prior in case we need to move into confidential. Sorry, through you, Chair. But I believe the organisation did have that in hand, but sorry if it's a surprise now.
I'm just not quite sure what's being asked.
I'm proposing to move item 13.8 down the agenda to either prior or after confidential. I'm happy to take advice on that, what would be neatest, but just to, because that item has potential to be a little lengthy and possibly disruptive, but for good, smooth meeting order, that's why I'm proposing it, but it's in the hands of councillors.
Councillor Bishop.
I just...
we need a seconder before we move on.
Sorry, I guess I'll ask the governance manager to speak to that first, given that there's sounds like there may have been some advice to the organisation. I'm not sure, but could you speak to that, Tony?
There was certainly discussion. My understanding was that it was not a surprise to anyone, but apologies if there's been any confusion. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, look, it is quite possible to move it to the commencement of confidential or any other area in that confidential part of the agenda. So I guess my recommendation would be, or suggestion would be, to move it as the first item in confidential business, because it was potentially a long item to be discussed.
Excuse me, through the Chair, it wasn't to move it into confidential, but just to move it down the list. Whether any items are discussed in confidential is another matter. It was just to allow smooth meeting order, very genuine intent to move it down the list, but certainly not into confidential.
Sorry, Mayor. My interpretation was that it probably will go into confidential, so it probably is best to put it as the last item on the agenda before confidential. No.
All right.
Before confidential, so if you need to move into confidential, we can continue on the confidential items.
I'm comfortable with that, through the Chair. I'm comfortable with that, but I'm in the hands of councillors to...
All right, so are you moving... You're moving to alter the order of business? Yes. Yep.
Yes, please, just for clarity, and then
Right.
Happy for the discussion from there. But the intent is very genuine, but certainly not to move anything into confidential unless that's a decision of councillors at the time.
All right, seconder? Sorry? Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor...
Can we speak to that?
So yes, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important that councillors pay attention to agenda items, and I do appreciate a certain degree of feelings of sensitivity around certain matters. I find the justification for moving this, I'm not quite sure what is intended. The information before us, I think we are doing a great deal of prejudging in this instance, and I'm not quite sure if that's actually relevant to the situation, and I'm uncomfortable with that. Just like to reflect that.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Talty, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm surprised this is not just a standard business item. The matter that we're talking about comes into the allotment of business at the 13s of our agenda. However, there's a extended report associated with this matter, which is a confidential report. So for the ease and smooth running of the agenda, putting this item later in the agenda as a motion at this point just means that councillors can look at the confidential report when they are in confidential for other matters, and then come out. It's not possible without going into confidential twice to make a decision on that item at 13 in the agenda. So this is just a simple housekeeping measure that allows a smooth operation and time management of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. Any other comment? No. All right, those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley. Those against? Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and myself, and Councillor Boglari is absent. Councillor Bishop?
Just a point of clarification, given the subject of that item, whether...
I have checked and I do not have a conflict in
Thank you. I just thought
moving.
I'd do that while
Thank you.
we're in process.
Yes, so I checked prior to the meeting and I do not have a conflict in relation to voting in.
Thanks
to the
for the
order
clarification.
Yep. Thank you. That motion is carried. That item will now be moved to just prior to the confidential session. Agenda item number 12, reports from the Office of the CEO, and I understand there aren't any reports from the Office of the CEO this month. Agenda item number 13, reports from organisational services, and we move to 13.1, which is the April 2025 monthly financial report. Do I have a mover for the office's recommendation? Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Hughes, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I would like to note and draw attention to the executive summary we have in the report. Thank you. That's on page 3 of 14 of this financial report for the month of April. And as our normal practice, if we could ask our CFO to report on these monthly figures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes, and through you, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the April year-to-date financial report. In speaking to this report, similar to prior months, I'll focus on the key highlights, as you've mentioned in the executive summary on section 1, and the key performance indicators per section 2, as these do summarise the April financial year-to-date results. As you can see from the report, the operating surplus for April year-to-date is $41 million, which is unfavourable to budget by $2.4 million, the equivalent of 5%, as you can see in the executive summary. The main factors impacting this unfavourable to budget year-to-date position are largely in line with what we've spoken about in previous months. Employee costs have an unfavourable year-to-date variance of $1.8 million, representing 1.85%, and this is largely attributed to the overtime required to support the Tropical Cyclone Alpha event. And per my previous update, I reiterate that Council continues to work hard to recover applicable costs through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority arrangements. As mentioned previously, depreciation is higher than budgeted due to the 23-24 revaluation of roads, other infrastructure and water and wastewater asset classes being finalised after the setting of the 23-24 budget. Although the absolute best known estimates were used at the time of setting the budget, the resulting increase in asset valuations were higher than those forecasted, leading to this higher year-to-date depreciation seen in this report and then addressed through the second budget review, which is in item 13.2. With depreciation, this does show as a year-to-date unfavourable variance to budget of $1.3 million contained within the Statement of Comprehensive Income. Consistent with prior months, levies and utilities revenue charges and that corresponding expenditure are lower than anticipated, largely due to that less water consumption that was expected by this year-to-date position. The Council uses a range of information to form an expectation of water consumption within the city, including historical weather patterns and data obtained from the Bureau of Meteorology. Due to the higher than average wet weather that we've seen this financial year, that anticipated volume of water has not been realised. The water consumption revenue and corresponding consumption expense present a net nil impact to Council because they effectively offset each other, and again we will see in the second budget review we have addressed this in item 13.2. Moving to section 2 for the key performance indicators, all of these are achieved with the exception of the asset sustainability ratio, which I will talk to as I work through the capital expense year-to-date results that I'd like to draw your attention to now. In speaking to the capital expenditure year-to-date for April 25 and the current underspend of $45.7 million, I do note that there are commitments in place across the capital program of greater than $45 million. In addition to the year-to-date spend before us in this report. These commitments include, but are not limited to, projects such as the Elgip Kinross Road Sewerage Trunk, fleet replacement, Roads to Recovery project for Redland Bay Road Capalaba, as well as Judy Holt works. It is expected that the impact of tropical cyclone Alfred shall continue to impact the capital works due to the resources being diverted to disaster preparedness, response and recovery efforts. The sustained wet weather that we've seen throughout this financial year has also compounded the ongoing disruption of capital delivery this year, noting that Council has experienced a loss of 52 lost work days altogether for just infrastructure operations, translating into an equivalent of nearly a quarter of the working days before financial year end. Lastly, referring back to the asset sustainability ratio and it being shown as under target as at the April year-to-date report, it is anticipated that this ratio should uplift in the future couple of months due to the renewal capital works anticipated to be delivered between the timing of this report and the end of the financial year. Through you, Chair, thank you again for the opportunity to talk to the April 25 year-to-date report results.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Do we have any speakers against? Any questions? No. I'll put the motion. Those in... Oh, Councillor, just before I forget, Councillor Hughes, I just asked you, but you're all good. You don't need to sum up if you're not going to speak to it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Golle, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And Councillor Bishop is absent from... Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 13.2, the 2024-2025 second budget review. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Hughes. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The recommendation, of course, is to adopt the revised budget for 24-25 at council level, but noting it refers to a number of documents: council statement of financial position, statement of cash flows, statement of comprehensive income, and the operating and capital funding statement. Noting probably the highlight, if we look at the financial implications, is pretty glaring. It's the impacts of the revaluation of council assets and the depreciation dilemma. So I might, through you, ask some questions as well. If the CFO could bring to light clarification that the revaluation in these issues are not just a Redland City Council issue, they're across the state and the country, but also secondly, what are the appropriate mitigation opportunities, whether that be internally or through other state legislation requirements. Appreciating this is an extremely complex problem, but given the implications of depreciation, might be worth in trying to do a bit of a 101 for our community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mitchell. And yes, CFO, if you could provide an outline for the record, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, depreciation, as Councillor Mitchell just mentioned, is complex. It's a non-cash transaction. It's governed very strictly by our Australian accounting standards. I do acknowledge and note that it is a significant expense across the local government sector, reflecting the nature and value of assets owned by councils. And we just talked about all the capital works and the types of infrastructure works that we own as a council entity. As I mentioned, councils were required to comply with the Australian accounting standards, particularly AASB 13 fair value measurement and AASB 116 property, plant and equipment. And they are quite complex accounting standards that we need to work through. They are prescriptive to provide council around what we actually need to do to both value its assets and apply subsequent depreciation. Council's application of these accounting standards is a key focus of the annual external audit program. Just if I expand a bit further, like all relevant entities, we're faced with increasing asset revaluation assessments. And this has really been driven by the sustained ongoing input costs such as construction and all the underlying factors that have continually driven construction costs over the last several years. The other component to looking at, and through you, Chair, Councillor Mitchell's question around mitigation, is we are constrained within these accounting standard parameters, but we actually do look at when we work with our valuers. So valuers that we use for our asset revaluations have special types of qualifications that they must have. We look at that, we sense check, we challenge the values that are being placed on our assets. We work with our external audit entity as well to make sure that we are representing the actual appropriate value of the assets on our asset registers. It is quite difficult to, given the large infrastructure basis and the way that we value our assets, to have many mitigation strategies in place, but we absolutely do things like engage and talk with experts around, have we got components that drive asset depreciation outcomes, such as useful lives. That's one of our main considerations. Have we got our useful lives right? Have we componentised our asset bases correctly? So through you, Chair, that's really, we are really at the mercy of the increased construction costs that we have had. These are applied to our existing asset base. I will stress that is we do revalue our existing asset base each year, and they are uplifted by the change in value that we see from these increased input construction costs.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, CFO. speakers against or... Okay, questions? I'll take questions now.
Thank you. If I could ask through you to our CFO regarding the statement of comprehensive income, because we've talked about depreciation and what that means and what that impact is to our city, and I think that's very clear, and we've raised that month on month on month on year on year on year, and our stretch targets always as another item that we always talk to. But the actual dollars and the impact that this second budget review has on our city, if we have a look at page 3 of 13 in the report, thanks, on the screen, our our statement of comprehensive income. Would you actually speak to what that means? Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, and through you,
I
Chair.
think it will help our city to understand.
So as we can see here, we have our statement of comprehensive income, which is broken into, so if we could just go to page 3 of 3, please. Thank you, on the screen. So this breaks down council's revenue and expenditure by recurrent, which is our operating revenue. Recurrent expenses, again, anything that's recurrent we tend to talk to as our operating lines, and then our capital revenue and capital expenses as well. Through you, Chair, Councillor Hughes, as you can see here, the main movement has been that depreciation uplift, which drives our recurrent expenses to be from our original budget position or our revised budget position, which was most recently adopted in December, from that $384 million total recurrent expense to $391 million. So it does have that impact on the total of the expenditure. As I noted, it is a non-cash transaction. It's an accounting treatment that we must recognise as part of our financial statements.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Just like to make a comment, if I may, just acknowledging that...
Point of order, we're doing questions first, Mayor.
Yes, we'll do questions and then comments. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Through you to the CFO, could you explain in layman's terms for the regular folk in our community how we're going, because we've just adopted the monthly financial report, which reports a $41 million surplus, how we're then going to go from a $41 million surplus to a $6.7 million loss in essentially 6 weeks?
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, and through you, Chair. It is really the timing of where we are at for the end of financial, totally in the lead up to financial year. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mackenzie. So with, for example, we have forecast that budget review uplift of depreciation. However, due to the timing of when we write on the assets to our books, that transaction will start seeing come to more fruition through May and the June results. It will also depend upon if we've had a stage where we have received revenue, as well as what we anticipate for the remainder of expenditure to come through in those last couple of months in the financial year.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Comments? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. It's a very important and a large number that bears our attention. One of the things that came up recently was part of the reason that this is the case is councils are responsible for accrual reporting, which since 1995 has been a capture that we're all part of. And as the rising cost of this incredibly large base of infrastructure to the tune of $4 billion, as we get revaluations done, the market cost to replace it is increasingly rising, and the value of it in the market afterwards is nil. So there is a depreciation component that is taking many councils by surprise. I think it's just worth us bearing that in mind. What's relevant about that as we plan for the future is how we make sure that the infrastructure we have is fit for purpose, does have condition assessments, and there are questions that we are asking not only about all of that going forward, because it's a very important thing for us to manage as essential infrastructure across our city, but there's also issues to do with other ways that we might be able to look at the depreciation and how to deal with that. Some of those questions I think councillors are looking at, but there's a lot more to go through before we finalise it. I just thought that was worth making a comment. It's definitely in our budget considerations, and certainly for the long-term considerations, something that I'm very much interested in looking at, and also the carryovers year to year and how we manage that. I think we could do that a lot better, and I'd like to see that happening in our budgeting process from the outset in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. And yes, this report does highlight some very quickly changing factors in things that affect our budget. So I encourage all of the community to, if they are listening, to get on and have a look at this particular report and the impacts to our council and its operation. Councillor Golay.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a comment to reiterate through you for what Councillor Bishop has said. Based on the expert advice that we received last week, to have that greater understanding of depreciation and how it impacts the budget is critical. And councillors, that's why I sent you all an email saying that we need to meet. And the Mayor has graciously tabled a meeting for us to have next Tuesday so we can actually sit down together and look at those challenges before we deliberate on the budget. So to the officers that actually brought the expert in, thank you very much, because it's actually shone the light.
Councillor Golay, that's related to business outside of the agenda item, so I think we can move on. Thank you. Any other questions? No? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent and the motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 13.3, the Audit and Risk Management Committee report. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Bishop. Seconder. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you. Just acknowledging the very significant degree of work that officers put into this report, both in presentation on the day, which I often attend, but as an observer. I also want to acknowledge the work of yourself and Councillor Boglari as members of that committee, and also the auditors. It's very pleasing to see a breakdown of some transparency in relation to this report that's coming to us. It's more than we have had last term certainly, and it's very welcome. The order of significance relating to our governance and risk management is very important for our council and our community, and I think it's a tremendous work that they do, and I just commend that and thank the officers for all of their inputs and the auditors for their views. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers against? Any questions? I just wanted to highlight some points from the actual report. So the ARMC is very active, and we addressed a number of issues and looked at a number of issues during last month's report. I want to highlight a couple of points, and we considered in the report on page 72 of this agenda the charter, and that's been circulated to ARMC members, and we also spoke about and acknowledged the importance of a charter for the Ethics and Integrity Unit to support the structure of independence within the organisation. So that was a very important topic to talk about. Also discussed at last month's meeting were issues in relation to workplace health and safety, and also we looked at the recommendations that came back in relation to recruitment investigations and the present status, which was presented to the Audit and Risk Management Committee at that time. So the committee did look at risks identified in those practices. and we got an update, which was also very helpful as well. So a very active committee, a lot of issues addressed, and I thank everyone for their work and staff members involved in putting together the work that goes through the committee process. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room and the motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 13.4, the Operational Plan Performance Report, January to March 2025, which is quarter number 3. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell. Seconder, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Just very briefly, I mean, a lot of detail in the report as usual. There probably changes into the future of how we'll be reporting on these practices, but the organisation continues to deliver on the vast majority of matters, and any of the projects or functions that aren't moving forward are clear to see. So I'm happy to just refer the public to the report on this occasion. Thank you.
Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Hughes.
I just wasn't quick enough. I've got my thumbnails here, but can I just ask, there's somewhere in here, and I've got it highlighted, regarding the Capalaba revitalisation. It's mentioned here, and I've had so many comments and questions and queries, and the fences are up and our library building is coming down, and there's so much happening in that space, and it's here in our quarterly report, and I was wondering if there was an officer that could give us an update on that. Thank you. And I really will find the page if I can.
Acting General Manager Dan Harris.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Mayor. So obviously the Capalaba revitalisation is being delivered with Redland City Council in conjunction with Redlands Investment Corporation and Shea Group. So timeline is progressing well and is on time frame. So Council's library has moved into Capalaba Central while demolition and construction occurs on that. So, yeah, if you need further information, we can provide that, or Redlands Investment Corporation, and next door can come in.
Through you, that was basically what you were saying, Dan, is we are on track. I did find the item, it's on page 50 of 65, Catalyst Project, CP 6.4, Capalaba Town Centre Revitalisation Project. So that's just a fabulous update for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Any other questions? Councillor Golay.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, Dan, I take it you're the man to ask. When did Rick actually start negotiating on this particular project? How long ago did that start? Because the construction or the operational works has only just really started, hasn't it? And then it was negotiated long before now. When did that start? Is anyone there from Rick?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor, I don't have the dates with me at the moment, so we can take that one on notice.
Okay, no, it would have been at least 10 years ago, surely.
Councillor Golay, if we take that offline, because the report refers to a set time frame from January to March 2025. So perhaps if you have queries, we could take them offline and direct them through to Rick.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It was just trying to establish that timeline of how long it's actually taken us to get from a discussion with a supplier to where we're at today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. I just have a question in relation to some of the points raised on page 77 of the agenda, which I just wanted to ask, just because they're not listed by topic title, which is the monitor activities and the concern activities, and the key initiatives are listed as K11.2.1 and K13.3.1, and also the concerns activity K14.4.1. I just wondered if we could just have a quick summary in relation to their tracking and the reasoning why they're listed under monitor and concern activities.
we just clarify the page? 77
Yeah, sorry.
of the attachment
So page,
or the agenda?
Page 77 of the agenda.
Of the report?
Sorry, of the report. Oh, sorry. The agenda item I've got here in a printed copy, page 77. That's it. Yep, that's it, up the top.
Thank you.
Just up the top in the monitor activities and the concern activities, just that they're listed by sort of numerical notation, and I found them in the tablet and the table, obviously, with an explanation. But I just wondered if someone could just run through verbally a quick explanation of why they're listed as monitor and concern activities in the report. Hi, how are you?
Hello, thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine, for answering this question. So my question was, if you could just give, just for the record, under the report I see that they're listed by numerical references that as of the 31st of March 2025, 2 key initiatives, K 11.2.1 and 13.3.1. And then under concern activities, there's K 14.4.1. If you could just provide a quick précis of why their tracking was noted.
So the tracking is, thank you. The tracking is in accordance to the progress that they put as a percentage and the overall score. So I think it's KI 1.2 actually.
Sorry,
yeah.
KI, yes it is.
Yeah, that's fine. So having a look, there are comments by exception regarding the progress. So for KI 1.2, it refers to the website pages, which the content will be migrated, consolidated and archived, and the procurement process has progressed. In relation to KI 3.3, which refers to the engaging Quandamooka, for the claim progresses, that's to do with the progress of the the federal court and where it's at in that process. So that hasn't progressed much from the last quarter, from quarter 2. So that progress is sort of stalled at 40%. Also, Council, because of the progress, Council is updating the website, but that has also not been updated as really because that process in the federal court has stalled. CP 4.1, which is the coastal activation, that's the progression of the FAP, which is the foreshore access plan, which was delayed due to recruitment challenges. So they are actually using an external consultant for quarter 4. And also the one that's concerned is KI 4.4, which is the red status. That is to do with, well, Council has recruited a sustainability officer to address that. So I think it's just because they haven't had an officer in that position. So the results is basically that the target for quarter 3 was 75% overall for those activities. And because the tasks underneath those activities are underneath that 75% and well under the 75%, so when you look at the overall result for that activity, it's underneath the target.
Thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or queries? Councillor Mitchell, did you want to sum up?
No, quite comfortable, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Guy, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 13.5, which is the Community Engagement Program. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mackenzie. Seconder? Councillor Golley. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a piece of work that several councillors have been asking for, so I was surprised they didn't offer to move it first. And this is just a practical structure of how Council is going to plan, deliver and report on our community engagement activities, and it provides the community insights into how council will consider their feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Just reminding everyone that we keep our comments respectful. Any speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I want to thank and acknowledge officers and consultants for their work on this framework and the intent behind it. I know that drafting policy is complex and it requires significant effort and expertise. And I also want to be transparent about something that sits very deeply with me. As an elected representative, I value genuine, meaningful community engagement as one of my strongest values. It's not just something that's a checkbox. I see it as foundational to good governance, to better outcomes, mutual respect with community that leads to trust in decision making. Commitment to exemplary community engagement is actually why I ran for office in 2013, and it still motivates me every day. And I believe that this is actually our work, and I would love this document to exemplify lived values and best practice with a commitment to excellence. And I don't suggest that this is not the intent, but after reviewing the proposed framework, I have found that in my view it does not provide clear or confident pathways from policy to action, which I really feel it should. To me, this proposal lacks a step-by-step structure that can, and ideally should, guide both officers and community members, our stakeholders, through decisions in a way that builds trust, reduces risk, and adds value. And I don't say that lightly. I've looked at how other councils approach this kind of critical work, not to compare for comparison's sake, but because some documents elsewhere do offer that logical, sequential approach. In contrast, our framework's model, as proposed, particularly if we go to page 4 of the document, which is 150 of the agenda, the inputs, throughputs and outputs diagram, I feel as though that leaves me with more questions than answers, and I'm not sure how it will assist officers to gain confidence as they help guide us meaningfully on which projects should be consulted, to what degree, who should be the stakeholders, how we identify them. And similarly, when we get to page 11 of 17, which is 157 in our agenda, I see there are two clear instances. On the left-hand side, when council will engage, and that's when it's statutory or mandatory. On the right-hand side, when council won't engage, and that's the choice of council for whatever reason. But there's a section which is grey in the middle, and I think that this framework should clearly step council officers and councillors and stakeholders through how we consider that middle section around revision of long-term and strategic plans, new major projects, plans or initiatives, complex or difficult matters, and where there are many possible ways council could manage a project, program or initiative. Other councils do that very well. I just want to acknowledge that I also find one of the case studies that's proposed here jangling based on my lived experience. And while I haven't contributed to technical edits in this document, because I'm not a policy expert nor a technician, I cannot in good faith endorse a document that I can't see how it will deliver the real clarity and confidence and community connection that we need, especially at this time within council. I genuinely wish I felt different. In future, I'd like to see us moving clearly in consistency beyond a compliance approach and something arbitrary in the middle toward excellence. So respectfully, I will not be endorsing this version of the framework. I would encourage further revision that benchmarks more closely with successful engagement frameworks across other councils. But more than that, I sincerely hope that this sparks an honest conversation about whether we as a council truly want to build a culture of genuine community engagement in accordance with the local government principles, or whether we are content to be seen to be doing so. I'd like to table my concerns also with the CEO. So I'll put that forward as well. I thank everyone for listening. I have been an advocate for this work. It is long overdue, and I think we could do better, and I would like to see us move more in that direction in future.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers for. Councillor Golley.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was going to, through you, propose that this report lay on the table then, given the concerns outlined by Councillor Bishop, so that we can actually move to discuss further the concerns that the council has and look at the submissions that he could supply and benchmark further against other councils, as Councillor Bishop has suggested. I too want to see best practices of community engagement, and the councillor has more historic work done on the ground in that space than me, and I'd like to hear more from what he has to say so we can actually implement that into this and as a collective come to an agreement where we actually do achieve that excellence as he's talking about. So I propose that we leave this lay on the table until such time as we've covered that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Golley. I just had some advice, so I think I should take other questions first before we consider that. So I'll come back to your point. Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Sorry, I'm a little confused where we are. I was just going to speak for this motion. Am I allowed to do that, or are we going to questions? What are we doing?
Which wasn't a question.
Okay, it's a procedural motion. So thank you, Councillor Colley. Moved by Councillor Colley that we leave this matter to lay on the table. Seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Golley, Hewlett, Rendles, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Tolte, Mackenzie, Hughes and Colley. Councillor Balglari is absent from the room. Motion's lost. Sorry, no. Casting vote. All right, thank you. This is a new one. We haven't had this before. So the pardon, Councillor Mackenzie, did you have something to say? Thank you. So as I have the casting vote, the motion is lost. The motion is carried. So that matter will now lay on the table to come back to council. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. It's my understanding when we leave something lay on the table, it comes back to council as exactly the same document. So what have we achieved? Thank you. Just excuse me one moment. If I may.
Councillor Hughes.
So I'm seeking clarity. We've left the item lay on the table to come back to a future meeting. And so the same report comes back to us at a future meeting. So we go Groundhog Day and we come back again. The same. Thank you. Is that right?
It was Councillor. Excuse me,
Councillor.
Yep, and you've asked a question. So Councillor Golley raised a procedural motion to lay the report on the table.
And that's been supported. So it comes back as the same report. What, next month, or we do this again? That's what I'm asking for clarity on.
Councillor, thank you for your inquiry. Tony's going to read out, the governance manager is going to read out the standing order relating to it.
Thank you, Mayor. The standing order is a procedural motion that the matter lie on the table shall only be moved where the chairperson or a councillor requires additional information on the matter before the meeting, or the result of some other action of the local government or person is required before the matter may be concluded at the meeting. Where such a procedural motion is carried, the local government shall proceed to the next matter. So if there's more information that can be forwarded to it, but the actual report or the framework cannot be altered.
See you next month.
Councillor Bishop.
Just on that, and I appreciate very much that approach, I wonder whether the best thing to do would be to leave it lay on the table, acknowledge... I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking a question. If we leave it lay on the table,
Councillors Talty, Mackenzie and Hughes. Councillors Talty, Mackenzie and Hughes, could you please allow Councillor Bishop to speak? I appreciate your laughing and you find it very humorous, but if you could just let Councillor Bishop speak, thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Embarrassing.
We are completely off standing orders. We have voted on.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. I'm
raised
asking.
A point of order, Mayor. I'd like you to rule on it. Where are we in standing orders right now in relation to this matter?
So, Councillor Bishop had the floor, making a comment.
I'm actually seeking to ask a question with the indulgence of my peers and consider the situation that we're in and ask that if we would like to proceed with letting this lie on the table so we can have a discussion.
So it's been voted on.
If it comes back at the next meeting, my question is, if it comes back at the next meeting and there's a desire to not adopt it based on information that obviously some people are wanting to discuss, and I think that's important.
Thank you, Councillor
Does that
Bishop.
allow us at the next meeting
I'm
to make a decision about whether we proceed as is?
told
or
that
some
we've
adjustments?
got the motion before us. I think the motion's been carried. We'll have to find out further information. Thank you. So that motion's been dealt with. Moving to agenda item number 13.6, commencement of local law making process, local law number 5, which is parking. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mitchell. Seconder, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This fairly much business as usual. I think they're just alerting the public. There were some questions from councillors around council's capacity to do this, whether it is standard process. I think the answers have come back to most people's satisfaction that it is. It's the beginning of the process. So I'm happy for this to move forward and start this local lawmaking process. If there are remaining questions from councillors, I'm sure they'll ask them, but I'm quite comfortable to move this through as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, and I appreciate Councillor Mitchell's suggestion that this is a normal order of business and a normal process. However, I did ask a question of officers yesterday, given some thoughts and concerns raised with regards to mention of particular organisations that are at the front of this report, and I won't mention those names, but I do think it's worth asking, as I did to officers yesterday, do we know if council manages parking or enforcement / local laws in all commercial parking centres across the city, such as Birkdale Fair, Capalaba Park?
Point of order, Mayor. That was answered in an email received from officers last night.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. Are you aware of the email, Councillor Bishop?
I am aware of the email. We are in public session. It's a question I asked. Councillor Mitchell has asserted that it is an ordinary, normal continuation of normal business. I'm sharing information that I believe actually is my right to say that I don't agree with that. And I'm using this information which has not been shared, and if it's not been discussed, certainly, among councillors, I think this is the platform.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Bishop. So you're speaking against the motion?
I am speaking against the motion.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Yep.
The question is, do we do this in other car parks?
Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Mackenzie.
8.2.1, councillors should not ask questions, the answers for which have already been provided to the councillor. The councillor has asked that question. The question has been provided in an email to the councillor. There is no need to re-ask.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Perhaps if you're speaking against, you could reframe your...
In terms of clarification as to whether I'm asking a question, I'm suggesting I asked a question yesterday. My discussion relates to the next point, which is actually to do with the answer. And I'd like to communicate that answer to make my point. I'm going to read it out, and I'm giving the context of what the question was.
Okay.
Do we do this normally? And if not, what do we do, what do we or not regulate?
Thank you. So to clarify,
The
Councillor Bishop, you're proposing the question, you're
Haven't even
providing
got-
the answer. Thank you.
Indeed, I haven't even got to the context. I haven't got past one sentence. Thank you. So, the answer from officers was that private property owners may approach council to establish memorandums of understanding under which the owner retains responsibility for signage, site maintenance and malign marking, while council officers are authorised to enforce regulation and collect any resulting infringement revenue. Council has 3 current agreements in place in relation to regulated parking on private land: RIC, which is Wynham Creek, Stradbroke Ferries, Junna Street, Dunwich, and state government state-owned roads. Council is now considering additional requests from property owners. The local law requests before Council today is seeking approval to undertake a review of the local law, and any new agreements will become the subject of the proposed local law amendments that will be presented back to Council at the conclusion of the review. I am concerned that we are potentially going down a new pathway, managing, overseeing and regulating areas that are commercially owned, and I don't understand where that sits. I don't consider it to be normal order of business. I think we do need to understand where this is going. I appreciate it's going out to consultation, but I understand, I'd like to clarify with officers, is it to inform under the IAP2 schedule, which is basically we're not seeking feedback to substantially change this. I'd like to ask the degree of consultation, seek clarification, and I'd just like to...
So that portion could come at when we're asking questions then. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to ask that question as part of my speaking against, but I am concerned that this is not an ordinary, normal order of business. It's something different. So I register my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers for. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. We have had several arrangements in place with private property owners to regulate parking, one being a property neighbouring this building, actually, and that MOU expired and the property owner chose not to continue on with that. And I would consider that, given that we have had these arrangements in place with other private property owners before, that it is actually normal for us to engage in this process with private property owners to regulate parking. It's a request that's come through from them, and a service that we can provide that is at no cost to ratepayers. And we will be going, obviously, out to public consultation on the lawmaking, not whether we will enter into an MOU, but on the lawmaking process. So I'm speaking for this so that we can proceed with the actual lawmaking process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Speakers against? No? Any questions? Councillor Bishop, you'd like to pose your question?
Yes, I'd just like to seek clarification, and forgive me, I'd just like to ask the degree of IAP2 schedule consultation. Is it inform or to consult or to engage, or is there any officer able to answer that? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. At this stage, Councillor Bishop, we haven't even started to consider the community consultation for the changes to parking because we're not yet sure what they will be. So this report is just seeking Council's approval to commence the process. Once that's started and we have a better understanding for which car parks, how many car parks, if any, will be put through at the second stage of the local lawmaking process, that's when we turn our minds to community consultation. Historically, parking, we've always done consult level consultation, but that is usually when it's a car park that is not privately owned. With any sort of consultation, we tend to do inform level where we don't have the ability to change the decision. In this case, a private property owner is going to set the regulations, not council. So my initial thoughts would be it would more likely than not be inform level, but we would still receive submissions and share them with the private owner. But from a council perspective, it's not our decision to regulate, it's the decision of the private owner.
Thank you. I think that's really important for us to consider, that parking in a public area that is commercially owned and enforced by council has layers to it, and case in point being the level of consultation on a commercial property is different to a community-owned council property. There are degrees of complexity to this. I appreciate we're at the early drafting stage. I'm glad I've asked my question. I hold my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tulsi. Sorry, Councillor Golley, you had your hand up next.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. No, I think I'll let it go. I think it was answered by the officers. I was going off the back of Councillor Bishop's concerns. I was going to ask if an officer could just expand on what we're actually dealing with here. But if it's only a report just to start the process, I don't see any issue with it.
Thank you, Councillor Golley. Councillor Tulsi.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that I did send some extra information around in regard to that. Actually, I should correct that. The CEO sent some extra information around from Graham Simpson about that, and the officers here, and I did ask them if they would prepare to just present a précis of the two laws items for the record. So if you would like, that's available.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, Councillor Mitchell, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, very carefully. While there was some confusion, but great questions asked, and I hope that's now provided the clarity that all councillors need to step forward. I do want to note that when my comments on BAU, there are 3 existing areas where private property is regulated, therefore that's BAU. What isn't BAU, I assume, is that every car park across the city that's in private hand is managed. So we're both right, but hopefully the process that commenced now will give everyone the comfort moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendles, Tulty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, myself. Those against? Councillor Bishop, and Councillor Boglari is absent. That motion is carried. Councillor Golley, just checking from the CEO's question, you did have your hand up then? No, 4. No, it's 4.
Sorry, Mayor, I must have been a bit too slow on the redraw.
No, I saw. We're just clarifying for the CEO. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Agenda item number 13.7, Subordinate Local Law 1.9, which is the operation of cemeteries, and Subordinate Local Law 1.13, undertaking regulated activities regarding human remains. Community consultation. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Hughes, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. And this is really such a sensitive and important topic, and as noted previously with our last item, this is basically undertaking community consultation for the proposed amendment. So we're at stage 1, a long way to go in the process, and I really want to give a shout out to our cemeteries team. They are spectacular in their compassion and their work and dealing with those at their most vulnerable. So this is going out to community consultation, and we await that response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Bishop?
Just a comment. The local lawmaking process is very complex and there's lots of jargon and words associated. Appreciate the officers making some clarification as to what the actual things are that will go out to consultation, and thanks for their feedback in the questions that have been asked previously. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendles, Tulty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion's carried. Agenda item 13.8 is moving as previous. Agenda item number 14, there are no reports from advocacy, major projects and economic development. So we'll move to agenda item number 15.1, which is the reports from the Community and Customer Services team. This relates to Southern Thornlands Priority Development Area, Council involvement. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Colley, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I'm moving the officer's recommendation. I think that this area has a long history which we're all well aware of. Our focus now that a PDA area has been declared for Southern Thornlands must be on looking forward. This PDA will affect everybody in our city, whether they live inside the PDA area or not. Our priority now and our focus as council must be to ensure that we deliver the best outcomes for residents. Like I said, all residents across the city. We must have a seat at the table for this planning phase, in my opinion. I think that whether we are there or not, the decisions that are made during this planning process will impact our city for generations. We may not be able to make the decisions and we may not be the body that has the final say and the final call, but I cannot in good faith not be involved with this process and look at our residents and say that we have done everything in our power to deliver the best outcomes for them. It's important that we advocate for our community on a number of issues which have been well discussed and well publicised, particularly in recent times, but I think that it's important to go over a few of those important issues that do require the advocacy of council. We need to continue advocating for full cost of infrastructure to delivery to be borne by the developer and the state government, not by our ratepayers. We're talking about some astronomical figures for the delivery of infrastructure. Sewerage alone could potentially and is likely to be hundreds of millions of dollars. We desperately need road network upgrades. Boundary Road, Duncan Road, Mount Cotton Road, the most obvious example. That corridor out to the Gateway motorway is already beyond capacity and we need to see action there to improve that road network immediately. Public transport. While the state government's talking about bringing the metro out to Capalaba, that's not going to solve all the problems with public transport in our city. We need a greater frequency of services. Then there's the community infrastructure, education, emergency services, health. These are all other things that we really need to be advocating throughout this process to ensure that these items are being delivered for our community. Employment opportunities. If 20,000 new residents are going to be living in the Southern Thornlands PDA area, we are going to need more commercial and industrial land to generate employment opportunities for our community. We do not want to be a dormitory suburb. We need to be self-sufficient, and it is absolutely imperative that suitably zoned land is found in this PDA area. We already have a shortage of commercial and industrial land, which is only going to be exacerbated if it isn't incorporated here. While we have an opportunity to have a seat at the table, we also have to acknowledge that the ultimate decision-making power rests with the state and Economic Development Queensland. This process will be a true test of the state government's commitment to working with local government. Are they giving us a seat at the table just to say that they've done that and to tick the box? Or are they truly interested in what our community has to say and looking after the interest of our residents? It's imperative that they hear our concerns and we work with them to deliver optimal outcomes for our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Speakers against? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Agree and agree. Councillor Colley. However, there's just so much history here. There's so much at stake, and council is not the driver of this area, as you've mentioned, the PDA area at Southern Thornlands. And there's a line here that I just need to reiterate to our community, that while the terms of reference are yet to be finalised, it is expected that the Minister for EDQ will retain all decision-making authority, as Councillor Colley has just shared. Accordingly, Council's role is likely to be limited to an advisor or a consultative capacity. If we are sitting at the table, the community expectation, understanding that we could be looking at 20 odd years here, this is not happening today and tomorrow, this is a long, long journey. And we do need to be involved in some capacity, but we would be limited to advisory or consultative capacity. So if we accept this invitation, I feel that we will become party going forward, and we do not want to be party going forward. We want to be advisory, we want to be consultative, but we do not want to be party and be drawn in and end up with our ratepayers paying for infrastructure that we should not be paying for. So I'm very strong on this one. Thank you. No.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And those against, I think that was Councillor Golay.
Yeah, I'm for.
Oh, sorry, you're for. Sorry, you're for.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Firstly, yes, the Queensland State Government has driven this home now to the point where we now are at the stage where they've announced a PDA. It's very prudent to understand that this PDA was going to be announced before the state election, and our expectations was that the new state members were going to be consultative with council, so that there was an understanding of the history. Now, I know there's going to be landowners who will say, hey, look, we were dudded out of this, 20, 30 years ago. Time has caught up. The PDA is here. It is absolutely essential that the public understands that this is a state government-driven priority development, and that as the guardians of the ratepayer, which is council, we need to make sure that we have qualified officers at the table dealing with EDQ, Economic Development Queensland, and the state planning officers, so they can relay what we require without it costing ratepayers. It is so imperative that infrastructure is delivered to support this, because the idea that this is going to take 20 years is not actually 100%. In the next 18 months, the eastern side of Springacre Road is set to be developed. Now, speaking to the manager of Urbex, it's going to be a salt and pepper approach of different housing structures on that eastern side. And I can tell you now, as the divisional councillor, the amount of traffic that goes down Springacre Road and runs down through Heineman Road, etc., down into Redland Bay, is absolutely astronomical. It's dangerous. There are intersections where landowners are trying to get out onto Springacre Road and they're just about taken out. So our job in this particular motion is to make sure we have the correct history, evidence and historical data to say to the state government, Urbex and EDQ, slow your roll. You need to take what we're saying as a consideration. The only way we can do that is to actually have input where, even through our city plan, we start looking at incorporating design outcomes, etc., so we get the best possible outcomes in that area. This goose is cooked. The state government is driving this. They have a mandate where they're saying, we're going to deliver homes irrespective. It's Candyland for the state government. They're having a great old time going, we're going to deliver on our political promises, but they have not taken into consideration the impacts of what bringing in that increased population will mean to the city from an education, emergency services, sewerage, water, forget your parks and all that sort of stuff. We're talking about the aspects of infrastructure that people take advantage of every single day and don't realise it's actually going to cost mega millions of dollars. Now, I spoke to a very astute resident the other night. Miss Finelli actually came up with a fantastic idea. In order to achieve a greater outcome, possibly through our city plan, look at making Victoria Point our CBD. So we actually centralise everything in that area. We get a greater bang for our buck.
Councillor,
and we end up with really good design outcomes. I know it's off target.
Yeah, it's off
Madam
target.
Chair,
If you can keep to the topic, that'd be really good.
But I think it's really important that we do sit down around the table with all the main stakeholders and the players and have a say. We've got to be at the table. So I totally agree. Look, my division is going to be impacted first. It's only a very small snippet of what's coming, but the state has decided Div 3, tag, you're it. We're putting it on the eastern side of Springacre Road, whether you want it or not. So we have to be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak against, but also flag moving option 2, potentially with some extra wording, and I'll speak to that now. I want to begin by acknowledging the state government's intent behind the Southern Thornlands Priority Development Area, because strategic planning for future growth is important, and I understand that the proposal is aimed at shaping how that growth does occur. But I just want to be clear that I do not support Council entering now into a formal partnership with the state government at this time. At present, and for a range of reasons, I have genuine concerns, as Councillor Hughes has mentioned, about consistency, risk and process. And I've got a very strong sense that we simply don't yet have enough information to make a significant commitment on behalf of our city. We've outlined some points that are raised and put in this item as a mayoral minute, but I feel as though we need to take a different approach, and before we enter into this, we actually seek the state government to be clear with us about what is proposed. Council's previously taken careful positions in development on this area, positions shaped by consultation and community expectation. Entering into a partnership now based on a very different land use proposal with increased density without first reviewing and reaffirming those earlier decisions and identifying what the risks are undermines our own planning integrity. I think we must be consistent in our policies. We shouldn't shift direction without a transparent process that the community can understand and trust. At this stage, I feel we simply don't have enough detail about what the state government is proposing to manage or how. We don't know how delivery will be structured or who will be responsible for what, and this has real cost and resourcing implications. I suggest that if we're going to amend this, that we ask them to be clear about this before signing on, because Council needs clarity. We should expect the state to define their scope, explain their delivery model, show how risks to Council and community will be managed, especially financial risk which could fall to Council and our ratepayers. We must continue to guard against this, as we have with the mayoral minute and previous mayoral minute. A development of this scale in this part of our city will inevitably draw attention, will take resources and infrastructure funding from elsewhere. And as Councillor Hughes has mentioned, the order of magnitude is astronomical just for wastewater alone. And we need to more fully understand what this could mean for other priorities and how it could impact communities across Redland City. Until we do, I suggest we shouldn't commit to something that could limit our ability to serve the broader city fairly. And the terms of reference are not yet drafted, and it sits with the Minister. So what is the right next step? It's not rejection. I'm not suggesting that we reject this, but revision. I believe we should request the state provide clear details on scope, responsibilities and risk management before we consider a more formal and clearly articulated partnership. It's not an unreasonable ask, it's basic due diligence. In summary, I won't be supporting the proposed partnership offer at this stage, not because I'm opposed to planning or growth. It's because the order of magnitude of what's proposed, and I believe we need more clarity, a sense of caution and stronger alignment with our planning decisions that we've already made. We've got enough challenges to deal with at present and in future before we step onto this bit of sticky paper, in my view.
Could I just, before I go on, Councillor Mackenzie I've got next as a speaker for 4. I just want to read out the proposed recommendation, point 1. To advise the Chief Executive Officer of Economic Development Queensland of Council's in principle agreement to participate in the structure planning process for the Southern Thornlands Priority Development Area PDA, subject to receiving further details on the proposed engagement strategy, governance framework and terms of reference. So I just wanted to read that out again. So Councillor Mackenzie, 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I was going to point out the exact same thing. But also just want to make comment that local government is often referred to as the level of government that is closest to the residents. And in order for us to advocate for our local community, we need to be at that table. I do not believe that if we are not at that table advocating for our community, and we sit here today and say, no, we don't want to enter into a partnership agreement to deliver those great outcomes or the best possible outcomes for our community, that the state's going to turn around and come back and consult us. I think that they'll just turn around and go, well, you didn't want to be here, you didn't want to have the conversations, you didn't want to advocate, fine, we'll just do it on our own, and you can just have the results that they deliver for us. We've got some really great strategic planning officers in our team, and I do want to highlight the work that Dean has done in passionately representing the views of council and councillors to the state. He has done a fantastic job, and I believe that he will continue to deliver that for us as well, as part of this governance framework, that our officers will be involved in representing the views that we have in this room to EDQ and estate planning officers. And I do want to acknowledge that I think our relationship with the previous state government has kind of left a sour taste in our mouth in that relationship with the state. It's been very fractured, but we do have a new state government who are extending the hand and inviting us in, and have told us that they want to work with us to deliver positive outcomes for the community in terms of this decision. And I know it feels like a big leap of faith from our side of the table that we're going to then go and accept that hand without really a lot of reassurance on where we're going to land with this PDA and the outcomes that are going to come from it. But I believe that if they've extended the hand, we need to take a step forward and sit at that table to deliver those outcomes for our community that Councillor Colley has already highlighted. Thank you.
Speakers against? No? Questions or comments? Councillor Hewlett, then Councillor Golly, then Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Councillor Colley, so I would have been a speaker for. However, since the state have imposed this on us and given council's resources, and I know our resources are very tight and we're running a very lean ship here, are the state going to, is there any talk of them paying for our inclusion in this participation? Because we're going to use our resources at our expense to provide all this information to them, our expertise. Is there going to be some sort of remuneration that we are aware of, or can we claim remuneration from the state?
I'll hand that over to the David Jeans. I'm hearing. David Jeans, would you like to answer that question?
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to Councillor Hewlett. Councillor, no, there isn't any suggestion that there will be any payment for our role in the process. The report makes clear that one of the disadvantages of being involved in the process is there will be an impact on resources. We do feel that we can cover that from within the existing resources to date. Now that may change, but to date we think we can cover from within existing resources, existing budget. If that changes, then of course we would come back to council and seek further resources.
Thanks, David. And the other reason that I think it's important that we do support it is because we have a state MP down there that represents the current political government, Rebecca, who I believe we need to be in close contact with her to discuss and move forward with the community and explain what's actually happening in that area. And without the council and state working together, it's going to be really disjointed, in my opinion. The council have the expertise, the state have the will, and I think we need to maintain a relationship so that we can deliver the best outcome for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewitt. Councillor Guy?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I just want to be really clear through you, Mayor. Look, I didn't support this PDA. Okay, I'm still hesitant to support it, especially the fact that the impact it's going to have on existing residents on that eastern side of Springacre Road. A couple of years ago, this council actually presented a motion that was basically voted in favour, that we went to the state and said, look, eastern side of Springacre Road, can we at least look at them as being acreage lots so that there isn't that impact to existing residents? The state rejected that. Okay, the state is pulling the strings here, but if we don't work with them, and I don't want to use the word partnership because it's not a partnership. It's basically we need to be there telling them historically what's going on in the area and what we need. Because I think there's this whole pie in the sky that it's just going to be as simple as whacking up a few houses. She'll be right, mate, we've met the targets from the state. It's not. There is mega millions of dollars of infrastructure that's required that will hit the bottom line on the retail sale of a house once it's built and applied. There are environmental concerns. That Ephrapa Creek corridor environmental area, that placeholder through there, it's covered in wallabies, there's koalas, there's all sorts of wildlife down there. If we are not at the table saying, hey, stop, slow your roll, we need to assess this, the state will just bring their D9 caterpillars in and start pushing every tree over and operational works will happen and that's it. And who's going to cop it? The council. Why? Because we're always seen as the Bunnings warehouse of government and it's always the council's fault. We have to make sure that we are able to put the brakes on the state's advancement of let's just throw a few houses up and meet some, migration targets. Councils, we really need to be there so we actually get... Look, the mayor put a mayoral minute out saying, hey, listen, slow your roll. This is almost like us now backing the mayor's mayoral minute to the state going, yeah, we're in agreement here. We better be at the table talking about this and you better start consulting with us as a council instead of just pushing your agenda through. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guy. Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, appreciate the latitude to make some comments, Mayor. It's a crucial issue. Councillor Sowell, I hear the passion and no one's wrong in anything they've said today. We, as representatives of our community have got every right to be really fearful of taking a leap of faith, but a leap of faith no less we need to take. We've been burnt really badly in my time in council by the previous state governments in infrastructure delivery is what I'm alluding to there. But that's not this government, and while I'm sure they're not knights in shining armour, at least we have been invited to the table and the doors have opened for conversations, and some pretty hard conversations that we've all had already. And while they haven't been pleasant, they've been really welcome, because before we were frozen out. My comments to everyone internally and externally is that, we're not leading this process. We are very much informing, and we are the fighters for our community, and therefore council alongside the community. So every bit of the language, the branding and the media that we insist the state does must show that they are still the people that are driving this. It's their project, and we've been invited along for the ride. I'd like to point out that if this goes bad, there is no mystery in our community now of how we stand, and we need to keep up that media. Everyone knows that council have these severe concerns and that we're going to fight for the ratepayer at every step. I would suggest the risk, if this went bad, is wholly on the state government. They will not be back. They will not be back, certainly in Redlands, if they let us down on this one. But the flip side of that is what a wonderful opportunity to show that we are truly working together on delivering infrastructure. And we have made sure that councillors, well, we will continue to make sure that not only officers will be in that room, but elected members will be in that room. So hunting as a pack, pack council and pack community, well, we can hold the state to account, and let's hope it's not that hard because everyone's on the same page. But it is important that we're there. I'm seeing the opportunity of not just saying, oh great, well Southern Thornlands is a livable community that people and families are going to be happy to live in, but the opportunity to say, yeah, that's right, hey, your transport can't just stop at Capalaba. It needs to come through Cleveland, out to Thornlands, down Vicky Point, and out through Logan, by the way, out to the airport and all the Olympic venues and other things that are coming. But unless we're at that table, we won't get the opportunity to broaden that conversation. Neither will we have the opportunity in those rooms. And these conversations happen organically, while it might not be related to the PDA, around police, around health, around active transport and all the other social things we talk about. So we must step forward and take the hand that's been offered to us with all the lessons of the past front of mind, and they are hard, deep scars. But I'll be supporting this. The risk of lost opportunity by not being in that room, and any resources that we might spend up front to be in that room, will be a piffle compared to the hundreds of millions of dollars that we might make our community have to pay, or not us, the state, if we're not in that room and holding them to account. So this is there is a risk of being there, but it is an enormous risk to not be there, and one that I can't put my hand on heart and say I'd accept. So yeah, wholeheartedly get behind the state on this one, with the expectation they are wholeheartedly behind our community as well.
Get behind the man.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, just a question. Because the order of magnitude is so great, I just acknowledge that, as councillors have pointed out, and I'm aware, that our involvement is in principle agreement, but the question to officers, what is the next step or stage or decision point that we can use as a trigger to leverage or try to negotiate our position? What would be that trigger? When would it come to us that we could say, oh, hang on, based on where we've got to, we're now going to...
Sorry, thanks for your question, Councillor Bishop. So this stage is really about writing back to the state and saying, as you mentioned there, if council forms a view that it can support participating in this process in principle, subsequently a terms of reference will be drafted articulating or putting more meat on the bones regarding how that plays out. As an officer, I've got a very clear outline from council about the key advocacy points that it wants me to advocate for in the interest of the community. So I would think as the process unfolds, so the next step would be that they will be presenting to us draft terms of reference for the background suite of investigations they need to do to inform the structure plan. If they don't participate in that process in good faith and they don't listen to the concerns that we have, then that would be a trigger for me to come back to council to communicate those concerns, and we revisit that position. At the moment, the way the officer's recommendation reads is it's an in-principle agreement. It's not legally binding. So at any point in time, if things go, off path, that would be my responsibility to then come back to council and say, this doesn't look like it's playing out how we'd intended to. Would we like to collectively continue to participate in that process? But yeah, it is, we do have to just wait for this process to unfold, and we will continue to update you as required. And yeah, we can only hope that the relationship builds in a positive way over time.
That's very helpful, thank you. And I suggest and I acknowledge councillors wanting to be in the tent and on support. I also acknowledge this, and I think that there's some value in being on the other side of full agreement and commitment, and I would prefer to leverage that. I'm in favour of us saying we've got some points that we are so clear about and that could be an existential threat to our organisation and the city's future, that we would be prepared to step away. And so I will maintain our position, and I don't think it's a lost opportunity to take that role. I think it's being very clear and backing up what we've said. And I would rather do that and leave it in the hands of us being clear on strategy, getting those critical background stages and done in agreement, so that we make decisions strategically rather than the trust and leap of faith into something that could be political. That would be my huge concern, and I want to avoid that. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Bishop. I think that concludes the end of hands up. I just want to make a comment myself. This is obviously been, everyone knows this has been a project that has transitioned over many, many years. It's now reached a point with this new government, and that's just a matter of timing and their election to announce it and proceed, where the discussion of infrastructure needs and who pays for what is at the pointy end. In taking the wording at word value of this recommendation, it is as we read out before. So I think it is important from my perspective to be at the table. The TORs and the other documentation is to come, but we must be at the table to articulate those differences. If you step away, in my view, then you remove yourself from the process entirely. I respect all comments, but from my perspective, I think we do need, this is a process-driven exercise, and this is the process. We can't change that, but I feel very strongly that we need to make comment and be there to be able to have an influence rather than not at all. I now would like to ask, so Councillor Colley, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. Whether we're at the table or not, this area is going to be developed. Infrastructure is going to be delivered. We aren't voting on our agreement with the PDA or not. What we're voting on here is whether we're going to proactively take steps to support our community to deliver the infrastructure that's required. The management of local roads and other infrastructure which will be delivered here will be the responsibility of council. It's up to us now to decide whether we get whatever they give to us without us having any say and we just get a lucky dip at the end of this process, or whether we've been on the journey to design, to deliver optimum outcomes for our community. Last month, we unanimously supported a mayoral minute advocating for all of these things that we want to be on the journey for. This is now a practical way of us actually having skin in the game. Not just making a statement at a general meeting, but being on the ground to deliver what we say we are advocating for our community. In the draft engagement strategy here, there's fortnightly workshops which involve our officers as part of a technical working group, monthly meetings as part of the project control group, quarterly engagement with councillors, the mayor and councillors. This is real skin in the game that we will have if we proceed with this. The draft engagement strategy that we have here starts from April last month. This process is already underway. We don't have time to wait and decide and and ah about whether we want to go on the journey with the state or not. We need to make a decision now. We've known this was coming. We've consistently said we want to be involved. We want to get the right delivery for our community. This is our opportunity here to do that. They've shown intent in offering us this opportunity. It's now up to us. Do we want to go on the journey with them, or are we just going to walk away and let them deliver whatever it is that they think's best? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, McKenzie, Colley and myself. Those against? Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop and Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 15.2, new lease Redlands Horse and Pony Club Incorporated. Do I have a mover?
Excuse me, would I be able to propose the meeting stand adjourned for 5 minutes just to allow a short break for all
Yeah,
councillors?
actually, sure. 12 p.m. Actually, lunch is outside if we'd like to make a longer break. I've just been advised. So would everyone like a 15-minute break?
Happy to propose 15 minutes, thank you, ma'am.
So moved and seconded by Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillors Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. We're now suspended. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone and everyone online. We now have everyone back in the room, so I'll need a mover and a seconder to resume standing orders. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Talty. Those in favour? Resume the meeting. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent. Motion's carried. Just before I continue on, I'd remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligence boards. This must be completed before the meeting concludes. And we are up to the lease issues. So agenda item number 15.2, which is a new lease, Redlands Horse and Pony Club Incorporated. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the motion? Moved by Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor Golley. Councillor Talty, would you like to speak to the officer's recommendation?
Thank you. Yes, Madam Mayor. I'm just moving the officer's recommendation. I just would like to take a moment to commend the officers who authored the report and the group that have worked on this. My daughter's now 30 years old. When she was 5 years old, this was a topic of concern and debate at the Pony Club. And here we are, all these years later, and they finally have a new lease. And it has not been easy, I can guarantee you, between... and this new lease has been a labour of love where the officers have talked to all the parties concerned, and this brings our adult riding group, RASDEG, to finally having an official home. And they have been an incorporated riding group that have moved around for, I couldn't tell you, but at least 30 years. And so they are also a party to this agreement. So this is a first step in lots of great opportunities for these two clubs, and I highly recommend it to all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. Speakers against? No. Any questions, comments? No. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 15.3, new lease Meals on Wheels Brisbane and South Incorporated. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hewlett, and seconder, Councillor Golley, for the motion. Councillor Hewlett, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, Mayor, this is about a new lease for the Meals on Wheels at Victoria Point. I've been a member there for 14 years doing deliveries. I know people, Councillor Hughes pointed out yesterday they were worried that the Meals on Wheels weren't doing that well these days, but there's an increasing population of elderly people that aren't online, can't order groceries online, can't leave their houses to go to the shops. And it's really rewarding to be able to deliver a meal. They can phone up Meals on Wheels at Victoria Point and talk any issues about over the phone that are sorted out. And it just does my heart good just to see these people getting home-cooked meals, because they're actually cooked at Victoria Point still and delivered to them. So, and particularly the Redland Bay run that I'm doing now, is it seems to be growing exponentially. So it's a great service, and I'm really pleased that it's being recommended for a 10-year lease. I'd just like to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speakers... speakers against? No. Questions, comments? I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. 15.4, new lease, Cleveland Thornlands Cricket Club Incorporated. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Mitchell, seconder. Councillor Golley. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Very briefly, yeah, just to note what a great community club Cleveland Thorns Cricket is. They've been, I think, since 1994 there and constructed the clubhouse. Really important tenants at Henry Ziegenfuse Park, which is on the border of Councillor Golley's and my own area. They've really done a great job in maintaining the area, and really pleased to see them being offered this lease moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Any questions, comments? I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari is absent from the room. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 16, there's no reports from infrastructure and operations. Agenda item number 17, notice of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. I've been advised of 2 notices of intention to repeal or amend. Bringing the first one up on the screen. First one, 17.1, notice of intention to repeal or amend a resolution. Councillor Peter Mitchell, Council Resolution 2021, resolution number 159. Councillor Mitchell, over to you to make the motion.
Thank you. I'll just read the motion first up. Council resolves to amend Council Resolution 2021.59 to amend point 5 of that resolution by removing the words "but not start new" and authorise as follows.
Sorry, Councillor Mitchell, can I just hold you up? We've just got Councillor Boglari who's just come online, I've been advised. So I just have to move her into seconder to bring her into the session. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Those in favour of allowing Councillor Boglari to come into this session as she is overseas and logging in online. Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendells, Councillor Talty, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor McKenzie. Thank you. The motion is carried. So we're just waiting for Councillor Boglari is now online. Councillor Boglari, can you hear us?
I can, but very, very faintly, sorry.
Thank you. We'll try and speak up and speak clearly so you can hear. We're dealing with agenda item number, sorry, as I just moved. 17.1, which is notice of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. And Councillor Mitchell was just speaking to the motion. Back over to you, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, councillors, it's on the screen before you. It's been in place for the last week. Do thank you for the small minor change, just for clarity. But additionally, at point 3, that a report be brought back to council by the end of July on the project functional scope and resourcing requirements, just to give it a little timeline. So with that, but I'll just speak to the motion now.
So, Councillor McKenzie seconding.
Okay, clock starts now. Thank you. Colleagues and community, Cleveland Town Centre remains the beating civic heart of the Redlands Coast. It's where commerce, culture, community and civic life converge like no other area in our city. Our predecessors in this council knew that, and the Cleveland Centre Master Plan was introduced in 2010. It laid some strong groundwork, for supporting a vibrant, thriving town centre to guide and support growth and development over the decades to come. Outcomes, however, have been inconsistent. And it's a fact that every council since then, since 2010, councillors and elected members alike, need to share some responsibility for both the successes and any failures in delivering on the actions and intent enshrined in that initial pivotal document and those since. By 2016, after 6 years of those mixed results, Council did authorise the Redlands Investment Corporation to leverage council land holdings and the precinct's designation as a principal activity centre to drive certain activities, including the potential for a mixed-use transit-oriented development, but certainly not only. Only 1 year later, however, Council went in a different direction, committing land to Chef's Inc markets, and a lot of those actions were stalled at that time. Council, however, continued to attempt to progress the intent of the Cleveland Master Plan, moving on to what we have today. There's been various challenges, both internal and external, man-made, natural, political, that have impeded sustained action and outcomes. None of that's to downplay the successes that Council have had in delivering some key infrastructure upgrades, investing in strategic land acquisitions and disposals, and supporting private developments like the Vicente Aged Care and Ramsay medical facilities that we see being built right now, We've also strengthened our partnerships over time with chambers of commerce, local traders and business, property owners and developers in order to try to foster collaboration and activation. Most recently, Council hosted alongside the Urban Design Institute of Australia a Cleveland Development Forum. We heard directly from developers and stakeholders who echoed a common message that we hear over and over again. To move forward, Council must be clear, committed and courageous in shaping Cleveland's future, and that Cleveland does need a renewed sense of purpose and a bold, coordinated strategy to get there. Moving past any isolated projects to embrace a more strategic, sustained approach, building on our past achievements, but also setting a clear direction for the future. So, councillors, we stand at a pivotal moment of decision-making today. Your support will energise a once-in-a-lifetime chance, a once-in-a-generation chance to partner with the private sector and deliver a transformative urban renewal. To bring the vision to life, however, we must take deliberate strategic steps, and that needs to start today. We need an immediate council workshop. We need to then move forward with the best practice partnership with the private sector. We need the development of a detailed delivery strategy, including the scope of Council's civic infrastructure needs. We need to identify the land to be included in the project. All these elements, of course, need to come back to Council at a general meeting for approval. Ultimately, the revitalisation will reposition Cleveland as the dynamic urban hub, home to a vibrant retail, commercial and residential space. It'll be a place that reflects our community's identity and aspirations and a destination that draws people in. To ensure that the project is delivered with the transparency, accountability and strategic oversight that all of us have spoken to, it's proposed the robust joint governance framework between Council and Redlands Investment Corporation is utilised and strengthened. The details of some of the steps are included in the background. I won't go into those at this moment in time. This project, if we move forward today, will not only offset some of the costs of vital civic infrastructure to ratepayers, but will also stimulate economic growth and thus attract further investment, likely from the state and federal government alongside industry. Ultimately, the revitalisation will reposition Cleveland as that dynamic urban hub. Of course, a project of this scale requires careful financial planning and oversight. And of course, any budget requirements, additional resources must go through the normal budget processes. I do understand there may be some existing capacity to get the ball rolling, but those questions can be asked today and in the reports to follow. So, councillors, in conclusion, today is a call to action where all of you are asked to give that clear vision and that clear direction moving forward. We want to leverage all of Council's human assets. We want to strengthen all the strategic partnerships that we have begun to strengthen, and that can be further strengthened into the future. And of course, we want to draw in that private investment so needed in our budgetary matters. So let's together drive this opportunity, move forward with real confidence, a real clarity of vision, and most importantly, a very clear strategy. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. We all love Cleveland, and I want to affirm my strong support for revitalising Cleveland. Like many people in this chamber and across our city, I recognise that Cleveland's potential as a key centre in Redland's future is undeniable. But I just want to be clear, I have spoken many times with Councillor Mitchell, and I appreciate that today the introduction of the word council has been added, but I've got some thoughts that I'd like to reflect, because some of them still reflect and relate with a speech that I've prepared earlier. I've got some concerns about this proposal, and they're as much to do with process as what we're actually doing and the purpose, because we've got some other processes that are still at play. This proposal would effectively launch a new, revised, major project under a governance structure that's not yet ready, settled, or stable. And I believe that that's not in the best interests of our council or community, particularly at this time. We know that Redlands Investment Corporation has been without a permanent CEO for quite a few months, and there's some change and flux in that space. At the same time, Council has not yet finalised the 2021 commitment to finalise the transition agreement that is meant to redefine RIC's purpose and scope. I think it's really important that we do that, and as you mentioned, and as the report suggests, there is a workshop that's critical to come back to us. And in terms of the process, I think that should have happened before we are now discussing leveraging something up which is not yet defined in public session before we actually do that review, hear from officers and consider where we're at with the 13 points that are being looked at. Without clarity on leadership, purpose and structure, I believe it's not entirely responsible for us to assign RIC or ask officers to negotiate with RIC on new terms regarding a complex strategic initiative like Cleveland's future CBD revitalisation and development. The process doesn't define the scope of what RIC would actually be responsible for starting, managing or delivering. Councillor Mitchell has mentioned that things will come back to us. This motion by one councillor, I've got questions. Has there been discussions with officers? This is a very comprehensive collation of material. I'm surprised that we're at this point discussing this for the first time with such comprehensive assumptions that governance agreements are going to be agreed to and proceeded with. I'd like to know the degree to which officers have been involved. Again, under process, I'm not sure where we're at, and I'm concerned that we need to resolve some issues around the previous limit that we've applied to RIC. We limited them to 3 projects. If we now involve a 4th, arguably the most ambitious, without fully resolving the transition agreement or leadership gaps, it undermines our own logic and introduces unnecessary risk and potential inconsistency. At present, there's no current strong indication of commercial interest or private sector demand to redevelop the CBD. I think we need to be clear with ourselves and the market about where that's at. I know Councillor Mitchell and others have attended a UDIA presentation recently, and there's some suggestions there, but I feel as though other issues are leading us before we do our own internal review. I don't think that we should initiate resource-intensive governance projects without clear expectations about what the market's doing and what the community momentum is behind these proposals. Otherwise, I think we risk diverting energy and ratepayer funds into something that may not be viable or needed or strategically appropriate at this stage. Noting we've got Walker Corporation's Toondah Harbour in abeyance. There are other discussions about things around this immediate area that all interrelate. I understand it needs some coordination. I think we need to line up our ducks internally in terms of our governance structures relating to this controlled entity first. Major city shaping initiatives should begin with strategy, not what feels a little bit like this, and unless I can be clarified otherwise, improvisation from the councillor. And I know he's done a lot of work and a lot of discussion.
20 seconds.
Thank you. But I feel as though we need to be much more clear and comprehensive and be on the same page. I don't feel as though we're there yet. We need a better future for Cleveland, but I think we need to finalise RIC's transition and confirm where the leadership is needed. It's not about opposing revitalisation, it's about strategy, timing, process and responsibility. Let's get it right and be more strategic, disciplined and transparent, and let's do what needs to happen and be clear about the parameters.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Speakers for Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. In terms of RIC as the organisation, we put the brakes on that and did a transition 4 years ago, and it's still sitting there doing that for 4 years without us having a clear path forward for that organisation or us And I can point the finger at Rick and I can point the finger at council being the elected representatives and the organisation. But frankly, that's just not good enough. That it's kind of sat in limbo for 4 years and we haven't moved forward with it or made decisions on it. So I'm going to challenge both organisations that we move forward with that. In terms of Cleveland, I think every person sitting around this room has had residents say something to them about Cleveland. That it needs revitalisation, that it needs injection, and council has some quite significant land holdings in the Cleveland CBD, and I believe us moving forward and taking that leap ourselves will give the market confidence and investors confidence and other property owners confidence in doing their development and their revitalisation of their own buildings. I note that the Waterloo Bay Hotel is over in Wynnum. Wynnum used to be the exact same as Cleveland CBD, and I'm just going to draw a parallel. It was very dilapidated until someone started injecting money, and it was the Waterloo Bay. It was actually the hotel. They put a cinema in. They're now going up a third story to have a rooftop function room that'll overlook the bay. And I believe that with our land holdings and with us giving the market confidence in Cleveland CBD, that it will actually be a catalyst for the revitalisation that we want to see here. Councillor Mitchell, this is not new. Cleveland revitalisation is not new, so I want to refute that claim, and maybe I've misinterpreted what was said. It is not a new claim to do Cleveland revitalisation. It has been talked about. There's been some initiatives over the years, nothing significant certainly since I've been here. I've been here for 5 years, and I would like to see this move forward. Noting too that, we're going to have a functional project functional scope brought back to it and what the resourcing requirements are, and that this is a project that will be done in partnership with Redlands Investment Corp and Council. It's not telling Rick to go and do it on their own. That is us doing it with them in order to progress this. Thank you.
Speakers against? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm not specifically against the revitalisation of Cleveland, but Councillor Bishop has raised some very good points. I don't like Rick being mentioned in this document, and I'd rather go through AMPT if we're going to do that sort of thing. AMPT is something that is sustained within council. The future or what the current status of Rick is still a liquid thing. Because Rick's in there, if AMPT was in there, I'd support this, but I'm not going to support it today. Thank you.
Speakers for? Councillor Golley.
Thank you. If not now, when? Cleveland's been a topic of conversation for a long time. And I think the element of Rick is just one of the tools within the tool chest to use to do this work. I think ultimately it's going to be a joint partnership with council anyway, so AMPT and Rick. If we look at other examples, like Councillor Mackenzie just suggested, if you look at Ballina in New South Wales, when they actually cut the highway away from those coastal towns, the council are working in partnership with their own investment corporation and external stakeholders, had developed Ballina, New South Wales, into a thriving little hub on the sea, and people drive from Brisbane, for day trips to go and do their shopping and have a day out there. If we don't invest into Cleveland, which essentially has the capacity to be the Mullaney of, the Redlands area, right? You're talking about a jumping off point for the islands, you're talking about our tourism, you're talking about that investment. At the moment, it's so disjointed. We've still got the old Commonwealth Bank building sitting there empty. We need to start investing into it a little bit and show potential stakeholders that, hey, we're keen, let's get going. I'd even be interested in looking at the incentives again that we used to have many years ago, where it was, can officers remember the incentives we used to have? Infrastructure. There was an incentive package that we had to actually encourage stakeholders to come and invest into Cleveland. I'd even be interested in looking at that again, especially with the Olympics coming. Okay, if we were to highlight the fact that, hey, we're interested, how can we invest to build our town centre up and make it great for all the visitors? Have we got an issue? Is there like a snake in the room or something? What's happening? There's something happening over there in the corner.
Just a thing. You can keep going. It's a tech thing with you.
Thanks, Mayor. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for us to get going. Rick, like any organisation, is going to have fluctuations, okay? But we can't just put the brakes on and go, hang on, Rick's having an issue, so we're just not going to go forward. I think if we work in partnership, we can smooth the ride and we can actually, come up with the incentives required to make Cleveland pretty awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Golles. Councillor Golles, that was speaker 4. Speakers against?
I'll speak against. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Councillor Boglari.
Hello. The new motion just came up on the screen. Sorry, I'm just trying to read it. Before I speak against, am I able to ask a question?
Yes, if it relates to what you need to outline. Otherwise, we can hold it over and you can speak against and we can just do questions and comments at the end.
All right, I'll speak against then and leave my question to the end. Look, I agree with what nearly everybody has said. Yeah, if not now, when? I think we've been saying that for over 10. I've been saying that for over 10 years, and it's been very frustrating. When the Cleveland Master Plan was done, but Capalaba got done, which is awesome, and it would be great to see something done in Cleveland as well. And I fully support the intent, that part of the intent of the motion to revitalise Cleveland. However, to me, there are 3 components in the notice of motion, and unfortunately for me, they've all been rolled into one. The first component is that is to amend the previous resolution of council, which for good reasons was agreed upon by councillors for Rick not to start any new projects. And this motion would allow Rick to have these new projects. At the moment, Rick is unstable. In the last couple of months, there's been 2 CEOs resign, and now is not the time, in my opinion, to be changing past resolutions before we actually do that work, which we said we were going to do, such as the transition or a restructure. Rick could be a great asset to Redland City Council, which is something we always hoped it would be. But at the moment, we have this resolution, and we did say that we were going to have a workshop and that future decisions were going to be strategically aligned with what we need Rick to achieve, and we were going to be well informed. And that was before giving any future projects to Rick. So that is my sticking point with this one. The other component is revitalising Cleveland, which, as Councillor McKenzie said, all councillors, I'm sure, fully support this. But the dot point on page 235 states there is an immediate need for a councillor workshop to discuss and to confirm an agreed strategic direction and investment strategy. And I agree with that. I totally support that dot point. But as I read this today, the actual delivery has already been decided, as had the joint governance arrangements. That, to me, hasn't been inclusive, and it hasn't been our due process that we usually do. I'm not understanding how the delivery and the governance arrangements have been decided without it coming to council. And that workshop, to me, is what we should be making sure it happens. If the motion said to make sure that that happened and to come out of it was all of this, then I would be supporting this. My third thing was giving that new project to Rick with those steps all in it, because it wasn't inclusive, and I'm uncertain of what governance has been used around this. So at the moment I can't support it, but perhaps when some questions are asked. But I have in the past always supported some sort of revitalisation of Cleveland. I was at that recent forum with the UDIA. I have listened to them. I have brought developers to council over the years that were interested in things. But like Councillor Hewlett said, if AMP was doing it, that would be a different story. But as it is today, as it is written, and my understanding is the delivery's been decided, the governance has been decided, and Rick's going to do it. That hasn't been inclusive. That isn't a decision of all of council. Yet we all want to support Rick. We all want to support Cleveland. But unfortunately, the way the motion has been written, I can't support it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Speakers for? All right, I'll return to questions. Councillor Boglari, you said you had a question, and then Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to officers, I guess. How was this delivery? I haven't got the report in front of me. I've only got one screen. But the delivery and I think it was called joint governance arrangements, they're all written out. How were they decided? Sorry, if anyone's speaking, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Councillor Boglari, I'm just trying to get an indication of who is going to speak to your question.
Oh, thank you.
So Acting General Manager Dan Harris.
So we have existing governance arrangements between Redland Investment Corporation and Council to manage the other projects that Rick are currently managing on behalf of Council. In terms of the notice of motion, that would be Councillor Mitchell's notice of motion that he's put in there in terms of the suggested governance around that, which would utilise existing governance arrangements.
And the delivery? There's lots of actions from memory and delivery actions in the paperwork that we read.
Sorry, who can speak to that? Sorry.
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Boglari. Councillor Boglari, it helps. I'll read the first resolution, and that is that Redland Investment Corporation and Council progress the Cleveland Town Centre Revitalisation Project on behalf of Council. So that is a joint initiative. The second part is that the project be managed in accordance with the joint governance arrangements with Council listed in the background of the motion. Now, Council does have joint governance arrangements with the Redlands Investment Corporation. They were established with the master planning for Wannon Creek, Capella Bar and Toondah Harbour. They meet monthly with a steering committee and with a terms of reference. So in regard to point 2, the proposal then is to bring, if this is accepted, to bring that scope of work and those governance arrangements back to Council as soon as possible. And that then leads to the third resolution that a report will be brought back to Council by the end of July. So if we can, before the end of July, on the project functional scope and the resourcing requirements. Can I just make 2 other points? In regard to the resolution of 2021, that was in regard to a transition plan. Council did make a resolution in 2022 in September that amended the service agreement with Redlands Investment Corporation that allowed Council to authorise new work. So that has been in existence from 2022. There is a number of, and secondly, there are a number of projects in the operational plan adopted by Council for the revitalisation of Cleveland that partly Redlands Investment Corporation is involved in through their own land tenure. So This resolution allows us to progress with Redland Investment Corporation using existing governance arrangements and bring a report back to Council. I hope that answers some of the questions, Councillor Boglari, through you, Chair.
It didn't quite answer, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. 2 points. If the resolution of 22 allows this, why did it have to be worded the way it is worded now then? And secondly, in the wording, not the actual motion, but in the wording, there is a lot of this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, like the delivery's already been decided. That is concerning because that hasn't been spoken about, and yet we're talking about having a workshop which is strategic. So, but I'm reading it as we're actually going to follow what is written there. So they're my 2 questions.
For the first question, that is in regard to the start of the resolution. It says the Council resolves to amend the Council Resolution 2021/159 to amend point 5 of the resolution by removing the words "but not start new." That was in regard to the transition plan. I tried to answer that firstly. The transition plan hasn't formally been closed by Council, had at least 17 actions under that plan that had been progressed from 2021. So that's the reason why to resolve any uncertainty, it unbuckles the new, if it's accepted, unbuckles the new project from that 2021 resolution, because this would be a new project. So it separates that from the transition plan. That was the reasoning, I believe. Now,
sorry.
Sorry?
Oh, I thought you said before that there'd been a change in 2022 that allowed new projects, and that's why I thought, well, why do we need this then if that 2022 one allowed new projects?
Yeah, no, good point. Separate but related. So the 2021 resolution particularly tied the restriction of new projects to the transition plan. The 2022 resolution incorporated that into service agreement that still gave Council the authority to authorise new work.
So why do we need to change the resolution then if that authorisation is there since 2022?
It just clarifies that 2021 resolution does not restrict this new proposal.
Okay. And are we bound to the delivery as stated in this motion?
No, because the functional scope needs to be settled and agreed to by Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. So next I have Councillor Golle.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, could I request that we hear from the Acting CEO of RIC, please? Well, we're doing a lot of talking about RIC, and they're actually in the room. So why don't we actually hear from them of what they think?
Do you have a particular question, Councillor Golle?
Well, Mayor, what does RIC think about this? Like, where are they actually at? Can they do this? Can they not?
Point of order, if I may. I think that's outside the scope. The decision is with councillors.
So no one thinks it's relevant to actually have RIC answer for themselves. We're just going to talk for them.
Thank you. So did you have a particular question, Councillor Golle?
So, Madam Chair, my question would be, given the context that has been relayed that RIC is in some type of flux, where do they sit in relation to this motion? And what do they perceive? Can they work with it? Can they not work with it?
Thank you. All right. Uncle, would you like to come up and answer the question?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Golay. So, yes, of course, we can work with this motion. This is an exciting opportunity to revitalise Cleveland. The process, to answer Councillor Boglari's question, the process in the motion is a standard process for going to an open tender for a public-private partnership. So the intention of this motion, I understand, is, as Andrew Ross said, to collate the vision of council from all the really good work that's been done to date since the 2010 master plan and bring it back to council with a vision and a wish list of infrastructure that can be returned to the community. So that's the first step. The rest of the joint governance arrangements in the motion relate to the usual process that occurs for any other type of project like this to go out to tender and attract a development partner. And the purpose of doing that, this is a best practice model to deliver council assets and community assets to offset that cost and to deliver all the economic benefits that the project would bring with it.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Golay?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Then I had Councillor Bishop and then Councillor Rendles.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a number of questions, and as I'm listening to what's unfolding, I'll refer back to my concern about process. My first question, I believe, would be to Councillor Mitchell in terms of discussions with officers and or Rick in the creation and formalisation of this motion. To what degree has that occurred? And how much of this is your wording? How much is officers' wording?
Councillor Mitchell?
100% my wording. And really pleased that you've acknowledged the extensive background and the work that's been done in the consultation. And just to list some of the people, as we did in workshops the other day, but I'm pleased to reinforce it here. I've been consulting over 9 years with councillors, AMPed officers, economic development officers before that, Redlands Investment Corporation, of course, because of their track record with similar matters at Capalaba, Wynham Creek. So, of course, we've been consulting there. UDIA, residents, Chambers of Commerce, Cleveland Village Traders, local business, made inquiries with Property Council, state MPs, federal MPs. So all of that input over 9 years, and of course sharpened and to a laser-like focus recently with what you've got in front of you. So input from everyone, 100% my words, but of course with the collaboration of all those people that I've just had that have inputted into the final thing that we've got in front of us.
Thank you. Considering with process, appreciate you've consulted with all those organisations. I appreciate that it's before us now. I don't feel like I've been inside that tent. And so my question to officers, in terms of the inclusion of the proposed governance arrangements and the wording of this, are officers comfortable with what is being asked here, and are they clear about the size and scope of where things begin and end in terms of what will be Rick's responsibility, what will be council's? Again, that's my first question to officers. Are officers comfortable with what is being proposed? Are they aware of the potential size and scope and our capacity to prepare for what is being asked for with this motion?
Acting General Manager Dan Harris.
I mean, we will go with the direction of council. So if this motion was to move, we would definitely work with Rick through the existing governance arrangements and come back with a functional brief for council's consideration. So.
Thank you, and appreciate your diligence to council's will. My next question is with regards to the change between 2021, as previously mentioned by General Consul, and the amendment to the service agreement. What was the intent of that proposing to allow in terms of what it was authorising? First question. And then there's a second part to it, which I'll add now. Did it anticipate the size and scope while the 17 points are being reviewed and the other transition plan matters are being assessed?
Point of order, Mayor. I don't believe that question relates to the motion in front of us, but to a previous resolution and decisions back from 4 years ago.
Councillor
I think it's relevant. It's a question. It's about a suggestion that we adopt governance arrangements which I see as being in conflict. There's a suggestion from the General Consul that it may not be in conflict, so I'm asking what the size and scope of what was intended with that amended service agreement. Was it intended to be of this magnitude, or was it intended to be managing more incremental decisions along the way? This is a big surprise to me that something this size is coming without a review, so I just want to clarify.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. General Counsel, can you answer that question?
The resolution was made by Council on the 14th of September, I believe, of September 2022. It's simply reserved to Council the power to authorise new projects as a single shareholder of the company. It didn't envisage at that time the type of new projects, it didn't define it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And again, back to process, I think the way things should come to us is come to Council. This is still pending a workshop which is immediately necessary, was previously necessary before this has come to us. I'd just like to flag I have a concern under governance in terms of the Queensland Government Sustainability Framework for Queensland local governments under performance of councils in understanding and managing risks and embedding effective governance practices. Sorry.
A councillor may not speak for or against a motion if they've already done so. The councillor sounds like he's speaking against the motion again.
I'm raising a concern to do with governance, and I think it's my responsibility to do so.
Councillor Bishop, if you have a question or a comment, could you pose it?
Do officers agree that there are some elements about this which have raised governance concerns?
I think that's really outside the
I agree. I believe that because this is a notice of motion from a councillor, it's difficult for officers to comment, but where the decision will take us into a place where I believe there could be governance concerns. Some assumptions are being made. I'd like to clarify, are officers comfortable that if we go to this new place, that governance is
appropriate
well, okay.
governance is observed? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, has
Yes, okay.
proper governance been observed in these assumptions?
Who could answer,
Are there
provide
risks?
an answer to Councillor Bishop's query? General Counsel?
With the major projects already as part of the joint governance arrangements with Redlands Investment Company and Council, there is a probity advisor and there are project risk assessments, which is our standard process under our portfolio management system.
Thank you.
And would any of this that we agree to today be subject to any and or all of those things, noting dot point 3 that a report be brought back to Council by the end of July? Would that consider all of our normal PMO, all of our probity risks, all of those risks and frameworks, etc., and scope of and resourcing requirements to do all of those things? It's a big thing that's being asked here.
So, through you, Chair, if that was a question directed to me?
Yes, through the Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Point 3, that a report be brought back to Council by the end of July on the project functional scope and the resourcing requirements. So that would pick up the governance arrangements, including, if necessary, probity advisors, budgeting, scope, precisely.
And would that require Council to be clearer about what our intent is before that scope gets drawn up?
I think Councillor Bishop, so the intent, if you read it, the intent is in point 1 and it's saying to scope. So I guess Council will be presented with the scope at that time. So that report would provide the scope that you're referring to.
I appreciate that, but I do not know what this scope is.
Not at this time, but the document when it comes back would outline that.
How could officers decide? It's being asked by a councillor and going to be supported by councillors to do what? What scope's going to come back?
I guess, Councillor Mitchell, did you have anything to add?
Oh, absolutely. The councillor is asking about what a future report that will be coming back to us with the full engagement of RIC and council and industry stakeholders and others over the next 2 months and 1 week to look to the future. So it's only at that point that we're going to be able to see all those things.
Thank you.
But to do what? What would they come back?
I think Councillor Bishop, that it's been asked and answered. Councillor Mackenzie? Right. Councillor Rendles?
Thank you. I have a few comments that will lead into a couple of questions, if now's the right time for that.
Yes, go ahead.
That I share everybody's commitment about the need for the revitalisation of the Cleveland CBD area, and I recognise the level of resources and time that council has already invested in that process. So there's no question from my perspective that we need to do something, and that something needs to be done sooner rather than later. I've also had a lot of experience with state enterprises and private partnerships, and I can see a lot of value in that in terms of the arm's length it gives from the government, or in which case council, in terms of being able to engage and negotiate with business and other third parties, and the agility that it brings and independence, while also protecting the interests of the umbrella organisation, in which case council. So I've no problems at all in the role of RIC and organisations such as RIC. My observation over the time that I've been in council and prior to council is that in relation to Wynham Creek PDA, which is one of the 3 projects that RIC's currently working on, it stalled for a number of years. We're now up to year 12, and we're all almost, as we know from previous meetings, we're almost at the point where we're going to get development plans to council and make a decision moving forward, pending the negotiations of funding between the state government and RIC and council for the provision of the multi-storey car park. During the course of my involvement with RIC, they've always had an open door, that they've been prepared to engage with myself and the community, made time available to meet with community members to discuss their concerns, provide information within the context of that which is available given various levels of commercial in confidence, and that's had a direct input into the final design that we're seeing emerge for that PDA area. The other thing is that after 8 years of the state government refusing to take any active role in solving the issues of parking and amenity in that area, which is essentially a park and ride for a major public transport hub, a police station, a VMR and a public transport ferry terminal, RIC has been able to engage very closely with the state government and work hand in glove to bring significant, very significant amounts of investment into that, which will take those costs off council. And they've also been able to leverage that relationship not to address the issue of the multi-storey car park, but to also improve public transport in the area through subsidisation of car shares by the state government, through subsidisation of barge subsidies, and moving into look at alternative public transport routes. That is a strength that RIC has brought to the table, that agility to be able to negotiate. We've just looked at issues in relation to the Southern Thornlands development, and we've recognised the value of working with a state government that is now prepared to reach out and work in partnership. And I think RIC can help us do that. They're the plus sides. My most significant concern again relates back to Wynham Creek. Noting the change of the CEO earlier and now the departure of the acting CEO, I do have concerns about continuity and the concerns about the capacity of Rick to keep all the balls up in the air, particularly as we approach this point where we're at the penultimate stages of the Wynham Creek development, and I would not like to see any of those balls fall and bounce around on the ground. I'm reassured by the changes to the motion with regards to the governance arrangements that are being put in place. So one of my questions, and it's probably the main question to the acting CEO of RIC, is what is their internal assessment of their capacity to take on this additional level of responsibility now while maintaining the momentum with Capalaba and Wynham Creek?
Thank you, Councillor Reynolds, for the question. So our three projects are in different stages. As you mentioned, Wynham is reaching the stage of final negotiation and bringing that transaction back to council. Capalaba is in delivery stage, and Toondah has a very clear roadmap moving forward. We have a long-term board with the skills and the experience on these three projects to continue the governance. We will also ensure that we are well resourced to deliver these projects. There are changes within organisations all the time, people come and go, but we have long-term staff in RIC, we have a long-term board to continue the existing projects, and we have the corporate knowledge to repeat that at Cleveland.
Any further questions? Oh, actually, sorry, I've had Councillor Boglari online first, and then Councillor Colley. Councillor Boglari. Councillor Boglari, are you there? Can you hear?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, can now, yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone's input, and thank you, Anka, as well, for your input, being the CEO of RIC. My concern goes back to, though, that one councillor has written this delivery sort of process. So I need reassurance that this immediately needed councillor workshop would be happening, and from that would be coming the delivery and the scope and strategic planning, as well as the other stakeholders to go into that report to come back to council. I am very concerned, as Councillor Bishop has stated also, about the governance, and that we are handcuffing ourselves to what is actually said in that background as the delivery. And I feel, as Councillor Bishop said, councillors, it's the horse before the cart with this one, or in this case, it's decisions I feel have been made before the councillor workshop. The councillor workshop should have come first, and then the decisions, and then that report to council. So how if this gets supported today, how attached are we to what is said in there as the delivery and what's going to happen?
So I think, are you asking at what point can councillors have further input into scope?
Yeah, and if the what is said in the background, which is what Councillor Mitchell has said he has written and what he would like to see happening, if that is shown not to be the best way forward, or there's another pathway which could be even more effective, can that be changed?
I think if we go back to the wording of the resolution, I'm not sure what other wording are you referring to in the background?
Well, I apologise because I said I haven't got two screens, so I can't read what Councillor Mitchell wrote. But he wrote that there was going to be delivery of this and then this was going to happen. It seemed like there was already an action plan, and yet, we don't know the scope of this. And I'd like to know that the workshop with councillors is going to happen with all the information taken from the stakeholders, and then that is all inputted into the report that comes back to council.
So you're seeking reassurance that point 3 of the resolution, that a report be brought back to council by the end of July 2025 on the report functional scope and resourcing requirements. You're wanting to make sure that councillors...
It isn't constrained by Councillor Mitchell's words.
Okay. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to that?
Absolutely. My understanding is no, it's not constrained. Everything will be coming back for decisions of council. And to answer the question, the template that you see in the background, if you like, is in pretty much industry standard. So no, we're not locked in. Yes, it's coming back. I don't know how many times that reassurance will be there. I guess one more time to make sure it's councillors are comfortable. So I'd like to see...
Once bitten, twice shy, maybe.
Absolutely. So we're here to make sure that councillors are comfortable, and that's the whole process. So yeah, but I'm not sure. Right. To my view, the question had been answered on at least 2 occasions in this room now.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Did that answer or provide any more clarity, Councillor Boglari?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to go to Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Chair. I think that I'll have a couple of questions, but certainly piggybacking off what Councillor Boglari has just said to us. I had a similar question about council being wedded to the steps listed in the background here on page 235, but if I've heard correctly, these are indicative of steps that may take place. There's nothing in the motion directly which calls out these steps. There is certainly something in point 3 which calls out, point 2, which calls out the joint governance arrangements which are in the background. So I'm relatively comfortable with that at this stage. But I was seeking some clarity around the amendment or the change which has gone into point 1, that Redland Investment Corporation and council progress this project on behalf of council. When I look at the steps to deliver, as we've just discussed, I'm not suggesting that we're completely wedded to that process, but I was seeking some clarity over the role that council may play as we go through steps that may be of that nature, may be slightly different, may be vastly different, but is council's role in this process predominantly for governance, or is there more active involvement that anticipated that AMPT may have?
General Counsel.
Through you, Chair, then I'm quite happy to hold up, over to General Manager of AMPT. That will be up to Council, the various roles and the various delivery processes used. To comment, as I mentioned before, we have property interests in the Cleveland CBD. We have a long history over the last decade doing a number of initiatives into the CBD. So ultimately, to answer your question, it will be a subject to council on what role either party plays.
Thank you. That does provide some clarity for me. And my second question, I'm not sure if it's directly a question, but I would like for Rick to provide a little bit of information for me. We've obviously got the Capalaba Town Centre Revitalisation Project, which is now in delivery. Is there some thought that a similar template may be used? Obviously supercharged, given we're probably looking at a much larger area, but has Rick's experience and working through that process in Capalaba, has that provided learnings and I guess more confidence that council can take, having been through this process, that this is a project which can be delivered?
Yes, certainly. There's a lot of similarities between Capalaba and Cleveland. Both had a 2010 master plan, an aspirational vision by council to deliver an urban heart, to create better pedestrian access, to have a nighttime and a daytime economy, to have more employment. There's a similar vision, and we took that vision, prepared a functional brief, which was done in consultation with all the teams in council, and prepared a wish list of infrastructure for council that they wanted out of the project. So that wish list included, we want a new library, we want a new town square, we want better public realm, we want better pedestrian connectivity, we want office space. And that functional brief was voted on by council for the Capalaba project, and then with confidence we went out to the market to attract, we went nationwide to attract a development partner. And the idea of the partnering model was that the commercial development would pay for the community assets. And we succeeded in negotiating that deal, and we have a world-class development partner, and now we're in delivery phase. So yes, we have had learnings from that process, and that is the best practice process. It's a local government legislation approved tender process to go out to a public expression of interest to attract a development partner.
Thank you for that. That gives me greater confidence in the process that we have before us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Councillor Guy.
Oh, thanks, Mayor, through you. Just, if I can take a step back, we're asked, like Councillor Bishop said, well, what does it look like? Mayor, just for your information as well, we've had Cleveland master plans out the wazoo. I'm sure we could go and dust them off in a cupboard somewhere where there's a stack of them. This is not new. There's actually, I've seen colour booklets of what Cleveland was meant to look like by now from 20, 30 years ago. But we're still here discussing how we're going to revitalise Cleveland, who's going to do it, and yet that work has already been done. They're sitting there as colour documents, as Cleveland master plans. What does it look like? So I'm really trying to get my head around what the hold-ups are. I'm sure Councillor Boglari would have been here 20 years ago when that Cleveland master plan came out.
Councillor Guy, I know all these points, just so
Yeah,
you know,
just-
I know them all, so you don't have to. If you're addressing it to me,
Yeah, I
that's
am.
good.
Yeah, like
Thank you.
Just so that we
All right.
don't sort of throw the baby out with the bathwater, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Thank you. All right, so I would just like to make a few comments on the back of listening to everyone else's now, and we can sum up and then we can put the motion to the vote. So I appreciate everyone's input. It's obviously been a fairly lengthy discussion and everyone has some very passionate views around this. We know, I believe, that there is strong community appetite and councillor appetite, probably, you know, listening to people around the room now for the Cleveland Town Centre revitalisation. And talking to businesses over the last 2 years, we know that's obviously also very strongly desired. We are in a situation, I guess, where this motion has been brought, and I'll be honest, I do feel a bit wedged by this in terms of its timing. We've got a service and efficiency review coming as well, which will incorporate RIC. However, looking at the modelling that has already been done and what has been achieved with that particular project in the Capalaba Town Centre, and the importance of those commercial arrangements which actually do pay for community assets, I think it's a great advantage to us. And I do have to acknowledge, although I know there is strong community concern around RIC in some aspects, I think a lot of that can be delayed, as we've talked about, with greater communication. Having learned a great deal and spending a lot of time looking over the last 14 months, I think probably the biggest thing that could be conveyed to community to allay any fears is around cost and benefit to council. So we have to look at what RIC does, what it has done, and I don't personally feel that has been done in the best way possible. I think we can learn from that. I think there are some gaps because community obviously has a lot of questions that they feel have unanswered over this time, and I think there are improvements to be had there. However, there is a level of expertise and dexterity in organisations which deal with industry all of the time, and bearing in mind that expertise usually rests in investment arms. Now, I know they have been done successfully and not successfully, so we've got a lot of case studies around that, but we have one at the moment that has delivered and is delivering certain projects. Some of them have taken a great deal of time for various reasons. There is a great deal of rhetoric and dialogue around that and a lot of reasoning why. However, I know that there's concern where the organisation currently sits in terms of, I guess, RICS, what it faces for the future. But however, that's really a resourcing issue as far as I can tell, and it's around RIC managing that process. So if I take that out of the picture and just look at what's on the table and look at it really pragmatically, I think there's a really strong argument for. I do recognise that I feel that there are really strong improvements that can be made. I acknowledge the existing relationship between the two organisations and how it came about. I have concerns, and I will put them on the record too. So I know that there is strong community and councillor, I believe in the majority, but I'm not sure, just from listening to the comments around the room, in relation to the development of this town centre, and we know how important it is. I am concerned about the existing commitments that we have and the financial impact that this decision will make. I've taken note, though, of the report that says that what's proposed here can be managed within the existing budget. I'll just seek clarification of that. The resolution, can anyone provide me with advice in the room that that would be the case?
It's in the third resolution, Mayor. It's the functional scope and resourcing requirements will be coming back to council.
Yep, so we're not looking at this stage for this resolution at a financial burden to council for this resolution.
Correct.
Thank you. So putting that on the table, the next thing relates to further budget impacts down the track, but that is something that we consider at a later date. And I just want to highlight, because I don't think it's known out in the community, that modelling that Anka spoke about before and what it can bring to council. So I come back to what could probably be of great benefit, and I know I've spoken about this before, to get out into the community and certainly for council, is an understanding of that cost to council and benefit to council. That's really what we're all really interested in. So I think if we have a really clear picture about that, then we'll probably all feel a lot better. But in terms of this resolution and what it's asking at this point in time, I don't see, based on everything I've read and heard, a particular threat that would be posed. At this point in time, we're seeking a report to be brought back to council by the end of July on the project functional scopes and resourcing requirements. So based on that, based on the community want to push to find out more about a redevelopment, which has been sitting on our books for a very long time, and in consideration of the land holding that both council and RIC currently hold and the cost that they pose to council, or that poses to council while it's sitting there, then I support this motion. Sorry, Councillor Boglari, you've got your hand up. Councillor Boglari?
Yes, sorry, I took it down. I took it down and put it up before and took it down again by mistake. Previously, when I asked, are we, and so did Councillor Colley, are we married to the wording in the background? and we were assured we weren't. But dot point 2 says, with council listed in the background of the motion.
Sorry, where are you reading from, Councillor Bulgari?
Well, a couple of councillors, including myself, were concerned that we were married, I think the word was, to the wording in the background, and we got told we weren't. But in number 2, it actually says arrangements with council listed in the background of the motion. I need to be assured that we are going to have this workshop, which we've been asking for quite a while, that we're going to have the workshop, discuss all of this, have all the stakeholders' input put into it. So at that workshop, we can decide the way forward before that report comes to us. And whatever comes out of all of that consultation and feedback, we aren't restricted in any way by the wording of one councillor in that background.
Are you proposed?
And I thought we had said that we weren't, but that's number 2 says as the background of the motion, in the background of the motion.
All right. Can you can see the whole resolution? Can you, Councillor Bulgari? Yep. The whole motion, rather. So you can see point.
Yeah. Well, we were saying that we were saying in even your words then that, you know, we're going to there are benefits that can come out of this. I'm not denying that, and that you know, we're going to go through the scope, and there'll be the risk of finances. Well, that's all going to be decided later. We're not married to anything. But that number 2 actually says the arrangements with council listed in the background of the motion. Now, what if we wanted to change some part of that governance or something? Are we then not allowed to do that because that's in the motion?
Are you suggesting an amendment, Councillor Bulgari, or to remove wording?
Well, we were just told I'm just asking. We were just told we weren't. Sorry, I'm not making myself clear. That we weren't stuck with the words in the background, but that dot point actually says we are. So I'm concerned about that. Can we somehow unhinge us from the background wording? So maybe that is
would you like to
amendment there?
Yeah. Would you like to suggest an amendment to that wording?
That the project be managed with joint governance in
to be determined.
To be determined, yeah, because we actually don't know yet what it's all going to entail. That the project be managed with due diligence and in accordance with best governance to be determined.
So, sorry, could you repeat what you'd like?
Oh, I hate wordsmithing on the wordsmithing on the spot.
Maybe,
sorry, but that's.
Would you be satisfied with an answer from Councillor Mitchell? I think he did cover it before, but I know you're online. So he did. I do believe you did say, Councillor Mitchell, that the intent was not to be completely bound, but you.
Yeah, the intent. The intent was not to be bound, but the wording binds us.
I'm happy to answer. Absolutely, that's not the intent, and further to my intent, it's not the answer. The officers have also provided a couple of times that it's all to be determined with the report, but the background is very deliberate as a template of where one way it might go based on industry standards. So I think the assurance has been given. I'm just acknowledging the councillor still may have concerns, but it's now up to councillors.
Yeah, thank you. The verbal assurance has been given, but to me the wording says in the background of the motion. So the wording is
to progress, Councillor Bulgari. Are you suggesting a particular wording that we could change now, so we could
just the project be managed in accordance with best practice and governance.
All right.
If we're going to work it out in the future, it doesn't need to be hinged to the background.
Councillor,
I know all the verbal issue.
Thank you, Councillor Boglari. Are you right with that wording below, Councillor Mitchell?
I don't think I am.
Don't think you are?
And
Okay.
for a couple of reasons. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's wordsmithing. And with great respect, Councillor Boglari's out on the other side of the world and doing this on the fly. I don't think it adds anything to what's in front of us. The intent nor the information we've had from officers that's required.
Excuse me. All right, Councillor Boglari, are you have any other questions?
No, it's just that the motion now is different to all the verbal talk.
I think I guess it's a matter of interpretation. So it can be argued each way, I guess, if you are really wanting to. But we've got a resolution on the table. I'm quite happy to a motion on the table. I'm quite happy to put it now and let everyone express their views. So, Councillor Mitchell, would you like to sum up?
Yes, please, Mayor, and I'll just want to go back to the beginning. This is a wonderful opportunity we have, and unanimously everyone's talked about the need to move forward. Let's move forward. Mayor, I am the only apology I'll make is if you felt it all wedged. Certainly not the intent. I make no apologies for bringing the motion forward to have these really terrific conversations to move forward what is a really significant project that should have kept moving over time. The main things I've heard or concerns are around the governance, but again, I'll just point to strong joint governance, the joint management. It's only together, in my view, that a strong and empowered RIC, along with the strong and empowered council officers, truly working together in the spirit of the joint governance arrangements, which any learnings can then feed into to strengthen based on the experience on projects like Capalaba and Wyndham, and I'm sure there's some learnings from there to improve what was already a functional relationship. It's only that together with all hands on deck, leveraging all those different skill sets, that we're going to achieve what we want to with Cleveland. If not now, when? Absolutely. And I've been here 9 years, other councillors for 14 and longer. And definition of madness is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. This is a chance to move forward, make a change, an agreed change together, and really give the community, industry, council and RIC confidence that we're aligned and we're going to move forward. This is the start of it. We have all in front of us with the workshops, functional briefs, plenty of opportunity for it to come back. But I'm really excited, and this is a great moment for our council to really rally behind each other, council and RIC, to drive something forward. So thank you. I hope you can support today's motion to appeal.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley and myself. Those against? Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Bishop and Councillor Boglari online?
Yes.
That's against?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 17.2, which is notice of intention to repeal or amend a resolution for Council Resolution 2025, number 25. Councillor Colley, you'd like to move your motion? Over to you. Yep. And seconded by Councillor Bishop. Councillor Colley, did you want to speak to your motion?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. The motion that I intend to move is that Council resolves to amend Council Resolution 2025/25, which was resolved as item 20.3 of the general meeting 19th February 2025 by removing 2 properties identified in the confidential attachment to the report as property number 1 and property number 2. At that general meeting in February, Council resolved to negotiate the acquisition of land for the purposes relating to transport and/or environment and/or recreation by agreement, and 2, to commence proceedings under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967 to resume the land if agreement cannot or could not be reached. Subsequent to the February meeting, I heard concerns from some residents that the area that Council was seeking to acquire of their property was significantly greater than the information councillors were provided with prior to making the decision in February. For one of these properties, councillors were told 900 square metres was what was required. The residents subsequently received a letter suggesting that council may be seeking up to 7,800 square metres. Significantly greater, almost 9 times greater parcel of land than councillors were told we were endorsing by making this a resolution of council. When voting on a matter in council chambers, we do rely on being provided accurate information, and I think it's safe to say that certainly my position in regard to the acquisition of these properties would have possibly been different if we were given accurate information. I think it's vitally important that in the interest of transparency, when we do get that information, we can go to the community with an assurance that we have made a decision in good faith and the information that we have can validate and back up the decision that we make. I've subsequently spoken to council officers who have suggested that the acquisition of the land for these 2 properties may not even be required. I could not believe what I was hearing when I had this conversation with officers. I want to stress again that it is absolutely imperative that we can trust the information the organisation gives us when we're tasked with making a decision of this nature, which in the instance of one property was looking to acquire 16% of his property and the other property owner up to 25%. So this isn't...
Councillor Golly, I'll just remind you that this was a confidential item, so if it goes into too much detail...
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. And, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm seeking councillors' support to remove these 2 properties from those which we have given approval to acquire at the February meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Speakers against? Any questions or comments? Councillor Bishop and then Councillor Talty.
Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Colley for bringing this to our attention, and certainly residents for bringing it to his attention. And while we are now aware of this, as I've mentioned to councillors, I think this is an appropriate moment to ask officers, is there anything else that may have been caught up in this that needs to be run to ground while we're at this point of considering? If there is, could the officers please give us an understanding that that will be addressed at this time? And if there's a subsequent requirement to amend at a later point, if something does come up, can we do that? So I'd like to ask, is there something that we need to do now further from an administrative perspective to do exactly as Councillor Colley suggested and run this to ground so we don't catch anyone else in a similar situation and make sure that the other properties are exempt from any potential consternation?
Thank you.
And if something does come to light subsequently, can we address at a later point?
Being mindful of the previous resolution, Acting General Manager David Jeans, can you answer those questions?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll answer at a high level, noting this was a confidential item and a confidential resolution, what I would say is that the report that was presented to you included information that was known to us at the time. Following your resolution, council officers commenced a due diligence process, and that includes engagement with owners. And through that process, more information has come to light, if I could put it that way. So officers are continuing to go through that due diligence process. There may be other matters that come to light, but we just don't know at this point, Councillor. So we are going through a process in accordance with your previous resolution.
Thank you. I'd just like to, of course, give confidence to residents and to council that those questions will be asked, and if there are concerns, please let council know. Thank you to the officers for doing that due diligence. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rendles? Oh, sorry, Councillor Tolte. Councillor Tolte, then Councillor Rendles.
Thank you. Without going into the details, my understanding was that this land was required to complete some essential connections, and it's my preference to be assured that we don't, with the motion to rescind, essentially it takes us back to not...
Councillor Baglari, I think your microphone is on. Sorry for the interruption.
No, it's not on.
Okay. Councillor Baglari, just letting you know, sometimes your mic is coming on and off.
Apologies, I'm not touching it, so I don't know why. Sorry.
No worries, thanks.
I'm a little bit concerned that these two properties, the owners, obviously there's a lot of angst involved in any contact with council, and there is angst involved particularly when people think that council would like to purchase part of their property. If we rescind this and we remove these properties from the list, it doesn't remove them from consideration, it simply removes them from this motion. From the previous motion as approved, and we are still waiting for the extra, and it's extraordinary the variation in the information that has come back, but there's a balance there, and the reason that we supported this original motion was because there is a public interest in having those connections, and there is a public interest in completing those connections for very good reasons for the city. So if these are not the properties that need to support those connections, which are, and if these are the properties and we remove them from this list and then they have to go through the entire turmoil of being put back on a different list, I don't know that that's a great outcome either. So it was my preference to lay this on the table until we had further information back. I think that this is a little premature given that we haven't had any proper analysis of the information that was given. I would like to ask the officers, please, that we've been told that perhaps these properties aren't needed at all, but my concern is that those trail connections are definitely needed, and if not these properties, how are they going to achieve that?
Thank you, Graham. Graham Simpson, thank you.
Thank you. So probably just clarify a couple of things. I know we're not in confidential, but just to be clear, this is a process. So the error, as I see it, is that one of the properties didn't have a range of square meterage where perhaps it should have. So there's only one property, in my view, that was not accurate in that original report. The issue was the correspondence that went out from council based on the original report was different, and so there's definitely an issue which needs to be remedied there. Probably what I need to make really clear is that the process for acquisition is always a report to council to say, let's go to acquire property. So whether it's for this purpose or whether it's for a road. So if council's acquiring property for a road, we don't do square meterage. when the reports come to council, we just say we need a road, might need to be widened, go to a process to negotiate what that square meterage might look like. So that's where we are in the process. And so when we talk about, I guess, the requirement that might be needed, it is a due diligence process, and that's a process of negotiation around things like, ultimately, do we need it? Is there an alternative that should be considered once we know a little bit more? These particular tracks and trails, council is effectively trespassing on private properties, so that's why they need to be remedied. So there's a few reasons, I guess, why we're heading down that path. Councillor told his point in regards to what tracks and trails might look like into the future. It's definitely a point. So the, I guess, strategic property team relies on advice from our service planners in regards to what those connections might look like, and that's why some of these properties were included on that list. So I'm not sure if that answers the question.
So if this motion goes through today, will those trail connections still be remedied, fixed, completed?
Yeah, it's probably one for the service planners, but my understanding is that they would have to take different alignments. So those trails would have to effectively be closed.
Okay, I don't support those trails being closed. I've worked on the tracks and trails for 12 years, and for it to finally come back here only to be rescinded. I also don't support anybody having 25% of their property taken. So I think we should have had more detailed, complete assessment. I mean, it's only a desktop map assessment. It doesn't have to require a great deal. So it's not very good that we've come to this position. And I wish I knew more details so that I could know what alternatives there are, because I would like to support this motion today, but at this point I don't have enough information to know exactly what the ramifications are of that. Thank you.
I'll just ask Rendles and then I'll come back to you. Councillor Rendles.
I provide input by way of comment that I share many people's concerns about the scope of variation in what we considered and what was ultimately identified, and I'd urge officers to err on the side of more rather than less when we're considering issues. And I'm appreciative of the challenges of doing that and the work that council does. The other thing that struck me is when I sat down with Councillor Colley and looked at the map in detail on a larger screen and could see where the residence was in respect to the path or the area that was being resumed, and then the extension of the area that's currently being used, it brought a different perspective on it than just a drawing of boundaries. So I'd also urge, when those matters are coming to council, that officers do their utmost to inform us as fully as possible about the size of the land that might be under question, its relativity to the overall land owning, and the proximity to residences on those blocks.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Rendles. Councillor Hughes.
I'm just wondering if there's any chance that we could leave this matter and discuss it further in confidential and bring it back at the end of the meeting, so that we're not voting on it now, that we are able to have a more fulsome conversation in confidential, thus protecting the residents that may be involved, so that there's no mistake. Thanks. I'm seeking my support for colleagues and for Councillor Colley, who's put a lot of work into this.
All right, if I can get it, maybe, so you're asking for this to go into confidential? and
Yes,
discuss?
I'm not sure if that's able to be done at this late stage of the meeting. We haven't done it at the earliest stage of the meeting.
Apparently can be.
So potentially a procedural motion that this matter be further discussed in confidential.
All right, so that's Councillor Hughes has just made a procedural motion for this matter to move into confidential, seconded by Councillor Rendles. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, yes, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And Councillor Boglari online, and that's carried unanimously.
That item.
That's not what the motion said. It'd move into confidential.
But that wasn't
Oh.
what was said.
Move the item.
Oh, that's what I...
Oh, my apologies, so that we could discuss this item in confidential.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just take a second to get some advice.
Oh, my apologies.
All right, for clarification, we'll just do that again so it's nice and clear. So, Councillor Hughes, would you like to provide your wording again? Would you like to, as I understand it, alter the order of business to take this matter into the confidential session later?
With regard to which item? Number?
In relation to agenda item number 17.2.
Hang on. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, all right. So we want to lie this on the table to discuss it in confidential and then come back.
At the end of the meeting, as we have done with another item on the agenda.
Yes, all right. So would you like to provide that wording again?
Thank you. And of course, now my diligence actually closed down. Item 17.1, I think.
17.2.
So, yeah, sorry, 17.2, that as a procedural motion, that we're able to discuss this matter in confidential and vote at the end of the meeting on the matter. Thank you. So we're not letting it lie on the table. We're dealing with it within this meeting. I'm asking if we can just discuss this.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes.
Vote on the matter at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And I'm now just getting some advice from governance. Okay. So the advice that I have from governance is that they believe Councillor Hughes that's fine to go. So yeah. All right. So now, thank you, everyone. So the advice that I have from governance, there's the wording of that. If anyone else would like to provide some advice, feel free, because there's been a bit going around the room already. But if everything is in order, and that the motion that Councillor Hughes just made, which was to alter the order of business to hear this matter at the conclusion of confidential. That's right. Yeah. I'm going to actually take a 5-minute break, if I can move, so we can discuss and get a clear answer on the procedural nature of this and doing it appropriately. So can I have a mover and a seconder to suspend the meeting while we discuss this?
Just suggest that I think item 7.6.5, a procedural motion that a matter lie on the table shall only be moved where the chairperson or councillor requires additional information on the matter before the meeting, or the result of some other action from the local government or person is required.
Thank you. I'm going to take a 5-minute suspension while we deal with it and make it clear. So moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, Councillor Tolte as well. Councillor Boglari online, it's carried unanimously. We'll take a 5-minute break. No, sorry, just,
Explain what we...
All right, welcome back everyone. After a great deal of discussion, I just need a mover and a seconder to move back into the meeting. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, are you voting in favour of moving back in? Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Boglari online. That's carried unanimously, so we're now back in the meeting. We've had a great deal of discussion, and out of that has come two procedural motions. So now I'll hand back to you, Councillor Hughes. You now have some wording to convey.
Thank you. I would like to move the following motion, and it's up on the screen, to move into closed session to discuss item 17.2, because this matter is considered confidential under section 254J, bracket 3, bracket H of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter is an open meeting, in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to the taking of land by the local government under the Acquisition of Land Act 1967.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Hughes moved. Second, I need a seconder. Councillor Mackenzie, those in favour of the motion. Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself and Councillor Boglari online. That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Talty, over to you for the second procedural motion.
Thank you, Mayor. We already had a procedural motion for item 3.8 earlier in the agenda.
13.8.
Sorry, 13.8, which brought it to the last item of ordinary business before the confidential session. I would like to suggest for time management that would be better moved to become the last item on the agenda after the confidential items. It will itself have an element of confidentiality, but part of it will be heard in public. But that would mean that the entire meeting could be completed before councillors take time to deal with what is on our original agenda as 13.8. Does that make sense?
Is anyone talking?
Sorry, I'll have to do that again. Councillor Talty moved the procedural motion. Councillor Mackenzie seconded it, put the motion. Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and myself. It's the second time it's been moved. Those against? Councillor Bishop, Councillor Boglari online. Is that against? Yep.
Yes, against.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Sorry? Councillors, I would like to remind you that discussion undertaken in a closed session of the agenda must remain confidential.
I'm just getting notification.
two bits of advice here where I'm being... It's off?
We're on again now.
All right, we're back on again. We're having some tech issues and a whole lot of issues, but anyway, we're back online and we're going to be moving into confidential session, but I've got some preamble to go through first, and I believe that's where we were up to before the cameras went off. So, take two. We're now moving into the confidential portion of our agenda in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. To discuss the matter listed on the agenda, we must move into a closed session. There are 4 confidential items listed on the agenda, and we've been advised that we need to move into confidential separately for each item and stipulate the reason for moving into confidential. We will need to take a vote on each item individually to be accepted into the closed session prior to voting to close the meeting. Councillors, I would like to remind you that discussion undertaken in the closed session of the agenda must remain confidential. So, agenda item number 20.1, which is a sale of land for overdue rates and charges. Can I have a mover that the item 20.1, sale of land for overdue rates and charges, to seek council resolution to sell identified properties for overdue rates and charges is discussed in closed session, as this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J subsection 3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself and Councillor Boglari. That is carried unanimously. Now we're going to do this for each one, so this will be quite lengthy and I'll need a drink of water at the end. 20.2, can I have a mover that the item 20.2, Register of Fees 2025 to 2026, be submitted to Council for adoption? For adoption, the Redland City Council Register of Fees for the 2025-2026 financial year be discussed in closed session, as the matter is considered to be confidential under the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with the local government budget. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Those put the motion. Those in favour: Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself and Councillor Boglari online. That's carried unanimously. 20.3, Redland Investment Corporation, Quarter 2, 2024 to 25 financial report. Can I have a mover that item 20.3, Redlands Investment Corporation, Quarter 2, 2024-2025 financial report, to present Redlands Investment Corporation, known as RIC, management accounts to Redland City Council for the period ending 31st of December 2024 be, as required by the service agreement between RIC and Council, is discussed in closed session, as this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, for which public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interest of the local government. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Talty. Put the motion. Those in favour: Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself and Councillor Boglari online. That is carried unanimously. Oh my goodness. 20.4. Can I have a mover that item 20.4, 2024-2025 Round 2 Sponsorship Program applications for major sponsorship, to seek endorsement of the Sponsorship Assessment Panel's recommendations on an application for major sponsorship in Round 1 of the 2024-2025 sponsorship program is discussed in closed session, as this matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J3G of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Talty. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Boglari online. That's carried unanimously. So now move into... All right, now, after all of that, we can take... Yep, can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting moves into closed session to discuss the items that have just been voted upon, to discuss them in a closed session? Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Talty. Put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself and Councillor Boglari online. That's carried unanimously. We now move into closed. All right, welcome back everyone. Can I have a mover and seconder that we move out of confidential and the meeting proceedings resume? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes is out of the room currently. Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, myself and Councillor Boglari online. That motion is carried. We now go back to 17.2. And I believe we've got the motion with an amendment now up on screen, with an addition now up on screen.
The original motion was moved, and then we did a procedural motion to move into confidential, so we'll have to do a motion to amend. Yeah.
So we need someone to move the amendment. Yep. So someone to move.
My understanding is I can move the amendment, and then if Councillor Coley is happy to accept it, we don't need.
We don't need to. If Councillor Colley is happy to accept it, then we can put that extra item in number 2, and with the approval of the mover and seconder, and then we can just go straight to the vote.
Okay, so with that, I would like to suggest an amendment to the motion, which is represented there by dot point 2.
So the amendment is that council officers bring back a briefing note to council on what alternatives are available with estimated costs. Councillor Colley?
I'm happy to accept that amendment.
And Councillor Bishop?
Yeah, happy to second that, subject to Councillor Colley's approval.
All right, thank you. Right, now I now put the motion. Those in... Oh, okay. All right. Did we sum up? I thought we... normally don't. Normally when we come out of confidential, we don't sum up. We just put the matter straight to the vote.
You can.
But if you want to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the discussion this afternoon. I just also wanted to make a point that council officers, when I raised this with them, they have reassured me that this matter would not progress without coming back to council for some level of comfort with what is proposed. But the reason that this motion is before us now is because as long as this is hanging over the heads of the residents, they do worry, and there is some anxiety about this potentially going down a path of land acquisition. So I'd like to thank officers for the work that they have done and my colleagues for supporting this, I hope.
Thank you. Now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes is out of the room. Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, myself and Councillor Boglari online. It's an affirmative. Can you hear me, Councillor Boglari?
Yeah, I've got my hand up for yes.
Thank you very much. That motion is carried. We move back to agenda item number 20.1, which is the sale of land for overdue rates and charges. I have a mover and seconder for that motion. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes is out of the room. Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, myself and Councillor Wendy Boglari is online and with hand up. Thank you. That motion is carried. Agenda item number 20.2, which is the Register of Fees 2025-2026. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes is out of the room. Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Boglari online. That motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item number 20.3, Redlands Investment Corporation Quarter 2 2024-2025 Financial Report. Can I have a mover and seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Colley. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendles. I'm getting tired. Tolty, Mackenzie. Councillor Hughes is out of the room. Councillor Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Boglari online with hand up. That motion is carried. Agenda item number 20.4, 2024-2025 Round 2 Sponsorship Program Applications for Major Sponsorship. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Golay. Put the motion. Those in favour. Councillors Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Randalls, Talty, McKenzie, Councillor Hughes out of the room, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, myself, Councillor Bolglari online with hand up. That motion is carried. So now I will leave the, oh actually no. Now we will have item number 13.8, which is the Office of Independent Assessor referral. So 13.8, and I have previously declared a conflict of interest and have chosen to leave the room. So I'm now going to hand over the chair to Councillor Talty, Deputy Mayor, and I will leave the room. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being in the room and online. Yes, you can close the meeting. Thank you very much. I don't believe I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have a somewhat depleted quorum. Councillors, if I can, there's no other conflict of interest required. Okay, we will be moving into closed session. So, councillors, before we can make a decision on the motion that will be moved today, as referred to as 13.8.
Excuse me, Chair, I had my hand up.
Okay, we don't have an item before us, Wendy. What's wrong?
Aren't we discussing 13.8?
Pardon?
Aren't we doing 13.8?
Yes, trying to get to it.
Well, I had my hand up because I'm happy to move option 1.
Well, I have a preamble that I have to read legally, so I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait.
We'll just have it noted, thank you.
Happy to second it.
Okay, councillors, we're just simply not at that point yet. Okay, you can do that when the time comes. Councillors, before we can make a decision on the motion that will be moved today, we need to be able to discuss the information contained in confidential attachments 2 and 3 of this item. Can I have a mover and a seconder that the meeting moves into closed session for council to discuss confidential attachment 2, the investigator's report, and confidential attachment 3, the investigation report attachments of item 13.8 from the Office of the Independent Assessor, referral of suspected conduct breach, to discuss the content prior to open discussion. This matter is considered to be confidential under section 254J 3J of the Local Government Regulation 2012, and the council is satisfied that discussion on this matter is in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest, as it deals with an investigation report given to the local government under Chapter 5A, Part 3, Division 5 of the Act. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to go into confidential?
Point of order.
What is your point of order, councillor?
7.6.7. Any councillor may ask the chairperson to decide on the point of order where it is believed that another councillor has failed to comply with proper procedures. I think the proper procedure is that Councillor Bolglari has proposed to move an item which would not require us to go into confidential, and we haven't.
No, that is not correct, councillor. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder to go into confidential, please?
Well, there's been...
Councillor, I've ruled.
You have.
Feel free. Okay, mover, Councillor McKenzie, seconder, Councillor Coley, all those in favour. Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, McKenzie, Councillor Hughes is out of the room, Councillor Coley, Councillor Talty, Councillor Boglari.
No, I'm not in favour of going into confidential.
Yes, I gathered that, just checking. So, and those against are Councillor Boglari and Councillor Bishop. Thank you. Okay, if we can turn the Okay, councillors, we're live streaming now. If I can have a motion to come out of confidential, please. Moved Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Mitchell. All those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendals, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Talty, with Councillor Wendy Boglari and the Mayor out of the room. We have one matter that needs to be finalised for the day, councillors, which is related to 13.8 on the agenda. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Coley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read the motion as it is on the screen. In regard to allegation 1, that on 28th of January 2025, the Mayor reposted a Facebook post made by the Mayor of Ipswich City Council to their Facebook page and made written comments in relation to Redland City Council's proposed media relations and speeches guideline, which were false and misleading, disrespectful to fellow councillors, and may tend to diminish the reputation of council. In accordance with Section 150 AG of the Local Government Act 2009, Council decides that the Mayor has engaged in a conduct breach because Council notes that the Mayor made similar comments on ABC Radio Brisbane on 29th of January 2025, and on the same day there was an article in the Courier Mail under the headline Gagged Mayors, which quoted the Mayor and noted the Mayor acknowledging that the guideline was changed on 9th of December 2024. The salient change to the guideline allows that elected members who had voted against a majority decision of council or who have a declared conflict of interest in a decision will not be the council's spokesperson for that decision of that general meeting. The guideline was discussed at a workshop of councillors on 18th of November 2024, which the Mayor attended in part. In accordance with the investigation report on page 10, the guideline was officially changed on 9th of December 2024 and uploaded to the council intranet. A council officer met with the Mayor on 17th of December 2024 and discussed, amongst other things, the updated guideline. At about the same time, the acting CEO sent an email to all councillors, including the Mayor, that the guideline had been amended. The acting CEO confirmed the changes in an email on 24th of December 2024. For the Mayor to suggest that the amended guidelines should have been brought to a council meeting for tabling and that the process to amend a guideline was not transparent and that it contravened the role of a Mayor does not justify her conduct to ignore that the guideline was amended in the usual way, noting it is not a policy. It is incumbent on all councillors to inform themselves of workshop content. In regard to allegation 1, Council decides the Mayor be reprimanded for her conduct in accordance with Section 150 AHB2 of the Local Government Act 2009 and authorises the Chief Executive Officer to issue the reprimand. The reprimand carries with it no other penalty but stands as a reminder to all councillors to moderate their behaviour. In regard to allegation 2, Council accepts the Ashdale Summary Investigation Report findings that the allegation conduct breach is unsubstantiated. The confidential investigation report and attachments be made publicly available in accordance with Section 150 AGA of the Local Government Act 2009, subject to reductions allowed pursuant to the section. That in accordance with Section 150 AHA of the Local Government Act 2009, the Chief Executive Officer provides notice to the Office of the Independent Assessor of the decision, reasons for the decision, and where an order is made under Section 150 AH of the Local Government Act 2009, details about the order. Pursuant to Sections 150DX and 150DY of the Local Government Act 2009, that the Councillor Conduct Register be updated accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Can I ask, please, for the Governance Officer to provide some information on the procedure related to OIA referrals and how we come to be having to make this decision today? I believe that was discussed previously that we might put that on record.
Through you, Chair. The question was in relation to how the OIA triages notifications and complaints they receive and how they then get referred back to council. So again, it's an OIA process, not a council process. So I'll do my best to explain to you my understanding. So the OIA triage process initially is used to assess if the complaint is considered misconduct, corrupt conduct, unsuitable meeting conduct, or a conduct breach. It is a conduct breach and sent back to the local government when a council contravenes a behavioural standard or a breach of the council code of conduct, or a policy, procedure or resolution of council, an order of the chairperson of a council meeting to leave and stay away, or when a councillor received orders for unsuitable meeting conduct 3 times in 1 year. When deciding to send a matter back to the local government, the standard to be met is that the OIA has a reasonable suspicion that the alleged conduct has occurred, and if proven, that conduct would amount to a conduct breach. In order to establish the first limb, that a reasonable suspicion exists, the OIA undertakes a desktop assessment, which can involve, among other things, issuing an information request to the local government to obtain documents. That preliminary assessment is based only on the information contained in the allegation. The OIA does not conduct any interviews. As an example, if an allegation alleges that a councillor had made public statements that are false in relation to a topic, and the councillor knew those statements to be false as they had received email notification with the correct information on a particular date, the OIA is likely to request copies of that email. And they would review the public statement, which might be on social media, in the paper, online, or have been a radio interview. Upon receiving that email, they might establish the first limb that a reasonable suspicion exists. But at that point, they have not established limb 2, that a conduct breach has occurred, as that requires a full investigation, which includes affording the subject councillor an opportunity to respond to the allegations, which is considered the procedural fairness or natural justice element of these investigations, which is why they then refer it back to councils, as councils are responsible for ensuring procedural fairness is applied during the investigation. The full investigation is then undertaken by council, looks at all materials, interviews witnesses and the subject councillor. Those interviews may lead the investigator to more evidence that the OIA did not have, including any subsequent emails that may either prove or disprove that the conduct breach has occurred. The results of those investigations are then what is provided to council to make your decision.
Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, Councillor Mackenzie was a speaker for. Do I have a speaker against? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Deputy Mayor. Well, we've spent a long time in discussion here. And first point I'd like to make is I'm speaking against in relation to the matter that's in the public arena, which is the report from the investigator and their finding that this is an unsubstantiated claim. And in my mind, that's been upheld, and that's the way I'm voting. I want to just acknowledge that even in the discussion now, councillors deal with a vast amount of information, and there is a responsibility for us to be adherent to, appreciative of, and clear about all of the details relating to this work. But I had an understanding tonight, it's night now, when we get to in the motion, it says that the guideline allows that elected members who have voted against the majority decision of council or who have declared conflict of interest in a decision will not be the spokesperson for the decision. And then it says of that general meeting. I had not actually registered of that general meeting was the language previously, and it was only 21st of May that actually registered, because I remember on or around the 9th or 10th of December when we got that email that it was sufficient enough of a surprise to me that I think I wrote to the CEO raising that actually I thought that this is probably a bit, I was concerned myself, and I actually expressed the view that I think that the mayor's right to be able to be the spokesperson as the elected representative for the city should be able to be. So I'm just mentioning I did write a letter on that front to the CEO. And there's so much information we all have to deal with that for me, admitting my own fault there, in May, 21st of May, it was only when we discussed it that I said, is it really only in relation to not being able to be the spokesperson for the general meeting that day or the next day when that media release goes out? Because I thought it was a lockout on that very thing. So I'm just acknowledging I'm at fault. And I think at the time, when there was other discussions about mayors feeling as though a change of this sort that would seek to do that was topical, it's understandable, in my view, that to make comment on it. And I do acknowledge that the impact on councillors is something which is a concern. I hope that we don't continue to stay in territory like this. I hope that we can move away from OIA complaints and focus on what our community wants us to do, which is think about the public interest and just get on with that work. This is a huge amount of time, vast expense, lots of people, many more names that will have to be redacted. I don't want us to spread further in this direction. We're humans. Sometimes we make fault. It is not okay for people to be in the frame. We're in a contested political environment. I wish the differentiation and people being on different sides would stop and we could just get on with the core focus of our job. I'll cease there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a speaker for? Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Chair. I take on board what Councillor Bishop has said, and I truly sympathise with the Mayor. There is a lot of information that has to be triaged as it comes through the gate, but there is absolutely no doubt that there's an element of the reports that weren't released to the public, and there's copious amounts of information to show that there was no attempt to gag the Mayor as stated. There was ample opportunity to understand what was going on. So the imputation that we as a group of councillors had tried to gag the Mayor or stop her being the spokesperson is just simply not true. The Mayor naturally is the spokesperson for the city. And this came about primarily because the Mayor had actually been placed in a very tricky predicament where the Turn to Harbour process had been halted by the federal member for the environment, Tanya Plibersek. The Mayor, then being freshly elected, had to stand in front of the media and support something that she didn't support because she had inherited previous motions and resolutions of council to support Toondah. It placed the Mayor into a very tricky situation. And that was why we looked at it and went, well, how can we actually support the Mayor? What can we work upon as a cohort to bring some clarity for the Mayor? Now, the idea that councillors had actually instituted this is not correct because it's a guideline, it's operational, it's not policy. So to go to any form of media and suggest that an individual elected representative in the position of a mayor is being gagged, hinging it to what happened at another council, of course that's going to inflame emotion within the community. Now, the fallout of that is that there are individuals out there who, whilst passionately supporting the mayor, may be also putting pressure on the mayor to act in a certain capacity, which is to defend. That is not fair on the mayor, and I would encourage the public to show some sympathy for the mayor because she has a very tough gig. Now, under legal obligation, councillors have only one real method to triage what is a code of conduct situation, and that is to raise, or the public have the same access to raise, or council officers have the same access, that is to raise something to be triaged by the OIA. And the OIA found on face value that there was an anomaly here. Yes, an investigator was then put into place, but you had, and to quote Councillor Colley, you had an OIA who said there's something to see here, an investigator who gave an alternate view, and then it gets kicked back to us as jurors to pull apart what was a 320-page document, often with products that have been redacted or drafts that have been redacted that we have access to, and copies that the public will never see. So we are working in a very strict legal framework. And so based on the information that was presented to us, this is why we've come up with this particular motion. I truly believe that there's a learning element in this that we can all take away. I thank the officers for their time. I thank the OIA for their time. I appreciate the Ashdale report. There is nothing malicious in this. We are simply following the legal process.
5 minutes. Could you
Thank you.
sum up?
So look, to the public, I know there will be some type of upset, but unfortunately, this is what happens when you strap the boots on and you say, I'm going to run for council. This is part of the job. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Do I have another speaker against? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to reiterate something that Councillor Bishop said. When that decision was made about the mayor not being able to speak on post-general meeting, I got the impression it was about the subject. Once she voted against the Olympic whitewater rafting, that subject was then off limits, and that's strongly the message that I got. And I had a feeling that she, in my opinion, she was being gagged. So I can fully understand why she felt being gagged, because I thought she was being gagged as well. Because I read that, I took it as per subject, so if you didn't disagree, if you disagree with the Olympics, she was no more the Olympic spokesperson on anything Olympic. That's the impression that I got from our discussions. So, and personally, I think this is a storm in a teacup, which we've just blown up an ant nest with a nuclear bomb. It's overkill, and I believe this is not right to do this to our mayor, so I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a speaker against. Councillor Rendells. Oh, sorry, speaker for. Apologies, it's getting very late. Can we be very concise?
It is very late, and I too am sad that we've got to this point. In supporting this motion, I gave close consideration to all 272 pages of the report and supporting attachments. Firstly, it is clear that the mayor was misrepresenting the content of the guidelines. The guidelines pertain to the decisions on that day of a general meeting, not the issue as a whole. She may or may not have understood that Councillor Bishop and Councillor Hewitt have both indicated they failed to understand that up until today, but the key difference is they did not go to the media complaining about it. Indeed, in the course of the reports, acknowledged both by the investigator and both by the mayor herself in her testimony, she was told that it didn't gag her. She had ample opportunity to go back and check what the guidelines actually said. Secondly, the reference to the process being unfair. The process for the amendment of a guideline was in line with normal council practice. It wasn't anything untoward. Thirdly, the record shows that the issue of changes to the guidelines had been in front of councillors from the 23rd of August 2024 right up until the 18th of November, the meeting she part attended. On page 10 of her interview, that the mayor indicated she was herself who initiated the recording of council briefings, so she would have been aware the matter was briefed and she could have gone back and listened to that recording. Again, in her testimony, she states that she wasn't aware of how to access it, despite it being one that she instigated, but there's no indication she took any time at all to go back and check what was actually happening. Between the 18th of November there was 2 days during which the recording was uploaded. She had between the uploaded recording 20 days to listen to that recording and get back to the council officers with any concerns about it. She's failed to do that, and she's waiting almost another month before taking the action she chose to take. I totally share the frustration of everybody about the cost and the time it takes for OIA complaints. There is a very simple measure: stop the behaviour that leads to the OIA complaints. That there is a OIA through an independent process does the face value of assessment. I, for one, have never been subject, and most councillors around this table have never been subject to an OIA complaint. The final point I'd make is the allusions that were made in this report about divisions in council. There are not divisions in council, and that is indicated simply by a voting pattern today. You know, people don't vote as a block. All councillors are passionate. They're passionate about the interests of their community. That's why they're here. Overlying that, there are other areas of interest councillors might be passionate about. But we all do our best for our community, and we vote on the basis of the information that's put there. I would challenge anybody to look at the voting records of council and find a consistent pattern across it. But having concluded, it's a sad day when we get to this, and I hope it's a reminder for all of us sitting around the table tonight, and those of us who are not here but will no doubt review the recordings of this meeting and reflect on their own behaviour and how we can improve the dignity of the behaviour of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have another speaker against? Sorry, I think that was just a speaker. I'm up to speaker 4. Apologies, it's getting very late. Oh, 4. Oh, sorry, no more. Okay. A very quick comment, councillor.
Thank you for the indulgence. I just wanted to reiterate something that Councillor Bishop touched on. This isn't a pleasant experience for anyone. Nobody enjoys going through this process. We've raised repeatedly that we believe the process is flawed and we need to see some reform with this. Like Councillor Bishop, I'm looking forward to the day when we can just get on with doing the business that we were elected to do and not have to waste time with these issues and these matters in our meetings. So I hope that this is a step in the right direction for us. We can put this behind us and move forward to get on with the business we were elected to do.
And thank you. And Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, thank you again for the indulgence. I just want to put the human element on it. And this matter today is relatively minor, and I think the really measured decision reflects that. But moving past that, it's been impactful, and you can tell that around the room. I just like to remind people, wherever you are, that your pain is no worse than my pain or their pain. That you can't judge what people are feeling. So whether you're making your decision to push send on that email or post something on Facebook while you're in pain, don't. Take a breath. Wait till tomorrow. Ask a question. If you need to, go scream in private to your spouse or your best mate, but do it in private. When the sun comes up, it'll be different. And so, yeah, that's just a lesson for all of us moving forward. And mind you, everyone out there on the street.
Okay, if that's wrapped everyone up, thank you very much. I would only say, Councillor Hewlett, I have to wonder if the reason that you thought that that guideline was doing more than it was because of the social media and the videos and the news articles.
No, I thought it at the actual meeting.
Okay, thank you. I would like to very much thank all of the officers who are still here at 7:30 at night. We are very sorry that you are still here, but we do appreciate your professional... Yes. Oh, apologies, Councillor Mackenzie, if you would like to sum up, absolutely.
Thank you. And it's really just to sum up some of the commentary that's been made on social media in the past week and last month, and in previously regarding OIA complaints, and the claim that vexatious complaints are being made. And so I just want to address that, and directly from the OIA website. The OIA may deal with complaints by dismissing them on assessment as vexatious, frivolous, or not made in good faith. It may also prosecute a person in the Magistrates' Court over a single vexatious complaint. And under changes to the legislation on 22 of November 2023, the OIA has the power to make a vexatious declaration against a person. I would like it on the public record that the OIA has done no such thing against any complaint, certainly not since I've been here as an elected representative. The other thing I'd like to address, given that this OIA complaint resulted from comments made by the Mayor that councillors were trying to diminish the role of the Mayor. Under the Local Government Act, the only additional responsibilities that the Mayor has above councillors is to lead and manage meetings of the local government at which the Mayor is the chairperson, including managing the conduct of participants in the meetings, leading, managing and providing strategic direction to the CEO in order to achieve high quality administration of the local government, directing the CEO of the local government under Section 170, conducting performance appraisals of the CEO at least annually, ensuring the local government promptly provides the Minister with information when the Minister requests it, being a member of each standing committee of the local government, and representing the local government at ceremony or civic functions. Nowhere under the Local Government Act is it the role of the Mayor to be the spokesperson of council. And with that, I would like to put the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, if I can see a show of hands, those who are supporting this motion. Thank you. That is supported by Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendells, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Coley and Councillor Talty. Those against? Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Bishop. I believe that is carried. 1, 2, 3. Yes. With that, thank you very much, officers. I close the meeting.
At 7:30? Do you have to say the time that you...
Oh, apologies. It is 7:30 precisely.
Thanks, officers. Thanks, councillors.